Yes, but it is every single one of us.
That's right.
We all make up the government. We all make up the people of Nigeria. This Nigeria that we want. We all are the constituents of this Nigeria that we want. So in your own little corner, how are you going to, make things better? So we need to start to implement. For example, so many things have been said here. Take action.
Yes.
Take responsibility.
And
then hold those whom we have either elected or who are sitting in those places. Let's be able to start to hold them accountable.
I love that. Mohammed.
The greatest population in Nigeria now is young people.
That's right.
So if young people can come together from all regions, coordinate themselves, build that critical mass to tip, the points, I think that would go a long way. I remember in 2010, when the Arab Spring happened, I was in Egypt. Hosni Mubarak was toppled. I still remember at the heat when the police had to be withdrawn from the streets and the soldiers were brought in to maintain the calm. Road constructions were still ongoing. And I thought to myself, the only thing that could make this happen is true love for country, which leads to what I said initially. If you don't have that identity, how can you love the country? So we still need to heal. We need to identify with a common goal that unites us as Nigerians.
It has been such an inspiring conversation on today's show, confronting our realities and sharing our collective vision for the Nigeria we want. I would like to thank our guests for their contributions, and of course, our live audience for their incredible energy. Thank you also to our viewers for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on social media, and share your thoughts on today's episode using the hashtag #TheNigeriaWeWant. I'm Abosede Jojogan, and until the next episode, remember, women's leadership can change everything, everywhere. Bye for now.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while exploring everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Meal planning pretty much entails a list of meals that you eat over a certain period of time. So in most times it could be over a week. Take for instance, from Monday to Friday, you have a list of certain foods allocated to certain times, so morning, afternoon, evening, or depending on how much the person eats. Yes.
As for me, before going to the market, I'll need to make a list of the ingredients I need for that particular meal I'm about to prepare. Okay, and I'll need to make a budget to know the particular amount I'm going to spend when going to the market.
As a parent, you have to be on ground to see what your children take to school. It's not all about house help, giving your children noodle or prepare jollof rice for them. At least we know things are somehow expensive in the nation. But nevertheless, there are some things that you can get with a little money that can still give your children healthy lives. Look around. You can still get something like cucumber, get a little lettuce, make a little salad in the morning for them. Okay, you take this with your rice while going to school. We know things are difficult. And when they return back in the afternoon, at least you got to be there to see what they eat. It might not be that easy, but by doing this, the children will be able to have a healthy life.
One, you don't know what you are eating. You don't know how they are prepared. In most cases, the water they are using, that is why you have so many cases of typhoid fever, malaria. That's because of what we eat outside.
They must have used oil, yes. So usually groundnut oil, for instance, right? Now, the problem with groundnut oil is most of the oil that are being used to prepare these meals are rancid in nature, right? So you have to be sure of, certain brands, for instance, that are used in preparing these meals. So to be honest, I feel like it's best if you have your meals prepared at home. That way you can make, healthier choices for yourself and for your family. Eating out is good. You could do it once in a while as a means of, relaxation and taking a break from having to cook, right, or from the kitchen. But it shouldn't be a lifestyle choice because of the health issues,
Commander, what's going on here? Why do you have your things scattered all over the place? Your slippers on my bed? How much would I give you for a night?
Are you mad?
Esther, you know they fully lock your door. Okay!
You're a thief.
Mother
Now that Victoria friend will get big front and back. So I said, look, they go. I just.
The remaining 2 minutes, not for you.
Ha! What's owing you money? Calm down. If you have thought about that before going to buy a phone that you cannot afford.
I will bite you if I'm not giving me my money, be lifeless. But this is okay.
France-Nigeria trade hits $4.7 billion as Tinubu pushes for jobs, infrastructure gains at Africa Summit. Federal government targets domestic investors with fresh 600 billion naira bond sale. And all edges up ahead of Trump-Xi meeting in Beijing. Plus, Asia-Pacific's talks trade mixed as Trump lands in Beijing for high-stakes Xi meeting. On the program, we shall be taking a look at the economic benefits of the annual Africa CEO Forum in Kigali. Now, the program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Maria Adozakari. You're welcome. President Bola Tinubu has met with the host president, Paul Kagame, for bilateral talks. The presidential village was port of call after President Tinubu arrived in Kigali. President Kagame received the visiting president with a military honor at the Rwandan presidential villa. Both leaders had their bilateral meeting behind closed doors. Nigerian Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, speaks about the two presidents' participation at the Africa CEO Forum kicking off in Kigali tomorrow.
Were very, very cordial. You know the sacrifice it is for the president to be here at this time, signifying the importance of the relationship between the two countries and why Mr. President is here today. They're both leaders in the AFCFTA. As you know, Nigeria is co-champion on digital trade. We talked about how to leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area. They talked about the importance of accelerating the pace at which we're trading. We talked about ongoing relations. You know, last year we entered into an air cargo corridor arrangement with Uganda Airways. We're also in talks with Rwandan Airways to see how Nigerian businesses can export more of their goods across the continent. And so those are the kinds of trading goods and trading services. We also had the discussion from other colleagues, briefing both presidents, and it was a very fruitful deliberation.
In a similar development, Nigeria is leveraging the Nigeria-France Business Council to seek support for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, for maximum benefits of the agreement. It was at the Council's meeting on the sidelines of the just concluded Africa-France Summit 2026 in Nairobi. State House correspondent Musbahud Anwahab reports.
Nigerian investors, including Aliko Dangote, Abdul Samad Rabiu, and their French counterparts, leveraged the Africa France Summit to again strengthen their partnerships. It was the 10th meeting of the Nigeria-France Business Council. They recognized themselves as the driving force for a sustainable and protective partnerships between the two countries, with exchange of investments across. Nigeria currently represents 7% of France's total trade in Africa and leading destination of French foreign direct investments in sub-Saharan Africa. Nigerian Minister of Industry, Trade and Investments, Jumoke Oduwole, said Nigeria is taking steps to lead intra-Africa trade and a more integrated continental markets, which she wants the Council to also champion. Chairman of Bua Group, Abdul Samad Rabiu, recommends 3 foundations needed for the transformation of the continent to include capital, policy integration, and value addition, has been demonstrated in the Nigerian cement industry.
Value addition so that all the resources that we have here in Africa will be able to add value to them. Instead of exporting everything in their raw form, we process them here, add value, and then export. If you take cocoa, for example, I keep giving this example because it's very interesting. 4 countries in Africa, in fact, West Africa, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon, they produce 75% of the total global supply of cocoa. This is a $200 billion industry annually. Yet Africa gets only a fraction, maybe 10, probably 15% of that. So these are the areas that we need, to concentrate on.
The Council also commended the African House in France, initiated by President Emmanuel Macron, to deepen trade relations between both countries.
What that does is, if completed, that is a venue where Africans will have the opportunity to dialogue, to connect, to collaborate, and also to build partnerships, across so many different sectors, industry, business, culture, innovation, in France, with the French people. So I think it's an important thing. We welcomed, the idea, and we are going to the African business community. We are going to fully support that project.
The Council proposes one more meeting ahead of the French president's visit to Nigeria, scheduled for October this year.
Now to speak on the economic benefits of the annual Africa CEO Forum ongoing in Kigali, Rwanda, and Africa-France relations and economic competitiveness is an economist, Yishau Aliyu. It's good to have you on the program.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. As President Bola Tinubu says, the growing economic relations between Nigeria and France must now translate into tangible development outcomes, as trade between both countries reached $4.7 billion in 2025. What are your thoughts on this?
It has been a good opportunity for the two nations to continue to exploit the provision of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. In that, we have a lot of potentials, which if we can use the Rwandan experience and at the same time discourse with the CEOs of business communities in Africa, then definitely there will be more opportunities, especially with the reform agenda of the present administration, which is also commendable.
Let's look at Nigeria's position now as the leading destination for French investment in sub-Saharan Africa. Of what significance is this economically?
You know, French for a very long period were in contact with the African soil, especially in the exploitation of oil. So you can see from the forum Aliko Dangote, who is now leading the oil industry in Africa, and Boa, who is also following him, are part of it. But the French economists and their provisions for Africa, with their policy of association, there is more to learn and there is much to do, especially in investment, not only in industrial activities, but also in agricultural practices in the continent. Remember that the French don't normally invest much in agriculture. They are more interested in our raw materials, and which is going to be counterproductive if we continue to go in trade relation with our raw materials. But I am happy that Boa, who is the chairman of Boa Group, has attested that the attempt now is to make sure that we don't export raw materials to the West or to any other bloc, but we can process them, add value to them, and create more jobs, and also create more opportunities. And also, using the potentials we have, we call for investors to join hands with us, either from the French economies or any other economy around the globe.
The president believes that the next phase of relations, you mentioned exporting of raw materials, well, he believes the next phase of the relationship should focus on creating jobs, expanding industries, developing infrastructure, and delivering broader prosperity. Do you agree, and what benefits are these to us as a country?
I think what is more fundamental to discuss with the French economies is to discuss our security of our environment, which is also putting an adverse effect to our development process. However, if you put all the combinations of industries and the sectors in Nigeria, and then you call for investment from this institution, then definitely you cannot roll out the contributing of financial sectors that are French related. And at the same time also, we have to also carefully look at the energy sector. You know, Germany from the West have attempted to add value to our energy production. So therefore, this partnership and collaboration should do more of security and more of energy. If we can have that from the French economies and we can add value to our economy, then definitely our dream to create more jobs and to create more opportunities is visible.
Well, the president described the meeting also as evidence that relations between Nigeria and France are shifting from diplomatic engagements to practical economic implementation. How would you describe the present administration's continued reforms aimed at strengthening the business environment?
Remember that even with the reform in the fiscal reform, some French companies have shown interest, and Nigerian government also has obliged to give opportunity to some French high-tech companies in terms of our revenue generation prospect. So, but what I am optimistic is that with our potential, what we can do is more of partnership in all these ventures. If we can establish partnership and then develop more of our local productive sectors, including the high-tech, it will add more value, because the combination of West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, they all depend on the capacity that Nigeria is trying to put in place. So if we can put so much of this energy and at the same time also exploit opportunities in relation to our trade partners, either from the Western Bloc or Eastern Bloc, it is very important to know that our economy has potential, our economy has so much of prospect, and if we have dedication and we have leaders who are more focused, we can drive a lot of benefit by engaging other economic blocs to come into our economy and then project our values and then promote our productive capacities.
You talked about partnership. Now, in terms of supporting credible investors and improving Nigeria's economic competitiveness, where would you say we are as a country?
We are at a very relative situation, because the reform agenda which President has championed from the financial sector, which include possibly the fiscal measures taken to increase revenue, and at the same time also the monetary measures, which also has produced banking capitalization, which the central bank has succeeded in achieving. So if we can contribute, if we can coordinate the economy more, so that all our investors, all potential investors, can source the required funds for development purposes within our financial institution, and not only within Nigeria too, within the ECOWAS sub-region. It is expected that by building this capacity with this reform, we're expecting investors that will have hand in West Africa, either in transportation, in energy, or in agriculture, can access funds that are required, not just merely going outside the economic bloc of Africa, to source for such funds. And at the same time also, I will use this opportunity to even encourage the present administration to look inward to our financial institution in raising funds, rather than going to this international monetary organization that has some connotations attached to any advances they are giving to other economies.
Mr. Lee, we're still going to outside of Nigeria. Let's look at the future of Africa-Europe relations. It is believed that it would increasingly be shaped by practical investments across sectors such as manufacturing, energy, technology, agriculture, logistics, and, of course,
agenda to deal with the Europeans as Africans. And the first agenda is that we have to develop, under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we have to develop trade within ourselves. If we can do trade ourselves, then our industrial policy should also come forward. Like Radley pointed out, if Aliko Dangote, who is leading oil industry in Nigeria, is going to lead Africa, and is coming from West Africa and in Nigeria, then all partners in oil production. Remember that the colonial period has witnessed a lot of exploitation. So we don't want a repeat of exploitation. What we want presently is to develop a partnership, like Radley pointed out, a partnership with fairness with growth prospect. If we can develop the Nigerian economy using some parameters that are designed by our monetary and fiscal policy, then we have to extend that to other African states and also to sensitize African states. And that's the essence of this Kigali CEO mission, to discuss and also to partner and to bring out problems and to bring out solutions and to also bring a target in the medium term and in the long term for Africa to have what it needs to develop all potential sectors of our economies.
Thank you, Yusho Ali. You break that down beautifully. Thank you for your insight this morning.
Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Now to other stories. The federal government, through the Debt Management Office, DMO, has announced a fresh 600 billion naira federal government of Nigeria bond auction as part of efforts to finance fiscal obligations and deepen the domestic capital market. The DMO, in an offer circular issued, said the auction is scheduled for May 18, 2026, while successful subscriptions will be settled on May 20, 2026. According to the agency, the offer consists of 2 reopened bond instruments valued at 300 billion naira each. They include the 22.60% FGN January 2035 10-year reopening bond and the 16.24% FGN April 2037 20-year reopening bond. The DMO explained that the bonds are being offered at 1,000 naira per unit with a minimum subscription of 50 million naira and additional investments allowed in multiples of 1,000 naira. It noted that since the instruments are reopenings of previously issued bonds, the coupon rates have already been fixed. Interest payments on the bond would be made semi-annually, while repayment of the principal will be through a bullet repayment structure at maturity. Now to currency watch, the Nigerian naira recorded a slight appreciation against the United States dollar across both the official and parallel foreign exchange markets on Wednesday, May 13, 2026, amid improving liquidity conditions and sustained market interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Data from the Nigeria Foreign Exchange Market, NFEM, showed that the naira traded around 1,373 naira per dollar at the official market, improving from approximately 1,375 naira recorded in the previous trading session. The development reflects a marginal gain for the local currency at the regulated market window. At the parallel market, also known as the black market, the naira exchanged between 1,395 and 1,405 naira per dollar in Lagos and other major trading hubs on Wednesday. This represented a slight appreciation compared to earlier rates seen at the start of the week. Market analysts attributed the improved performance of the naira to increased dollar supply in the official market, reduced speculative demand, and continued interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria aimed at narrowing the gap between the official and unofficial markets. Now, how much is the naira exchanging for other currencies? Let's find out. Nigeria has taken a major step towards building a sovereign digital economy infrastructure following a strategic partnership between the National Information Technology Development Agency and the International Data Center Authority, IDCA, aimed at driving large-scale digital infrastructure deployment across the country. The agreement signed in Abuja is expected to support the implementation of Nigeria's Sovereign Cloud Initiative and position the country as a leading digital economy hub in Africa. Under the arrangement, NITDA and IDCA will collaborate with local and international ecosystem players to develop an execution-driven and investment-focused national digital infrastructure program designed to accelerate economic diversification, innovation, and technology-driven growth. Now to commodity. Cocoa prices are falling today amid selling pressure from producers who are locking in higher prices after this week's rally to 3.5-month highs. Let's now take a trip to the commodities market. At Southtalk Energy, oil prices edged up on Thursday as investors awaited a meeting between U.S. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping later in the day, as traders focused on the Iran war. Brent crude futures were up 13 cents to $105.76 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate futures rose 12 cents to $101.14. Both benchmark oil futures contracts fell on Wednesday as investors worried about possible U.S. interest rate hikes. Brent crude futures fell more than $2 a barrel, while WTI futures fell more than $1. Now, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has backed recent moves by the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission, LASERC, to curb estimated electricity billing and strengthen consumer protection within the state's power sector. FCCPC, in a statement, commended LASERC's position in the 2025 Lagos Electricity Market Report, supporting stricter enforcement against electricity supply without meters and the phased rollout of universal smart metering across Lagos State. The Lagos Electricity Regulator is currently pursuing reforms aimed at improving billing transparency, service delivery, and consumer protection in the state's electricity market. The measures include compulsory metering to be enforced in phases beginning from 2026, feeder-by-feeder deployment of smart meters, tighter oversight of electricity distribution companies, improved complaint resolution mechanisms, and sanctions against non-compliant operators. FCCPC Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer Tunji Bello described the reforms as a significant step towards addressing one of the most persistent complaints among electricity consumers in Nigeria. Now, Asia-Pacific markets traded mixed on Thursday as investors look to high-stakes meeting between U.S. President Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping for clues on the future of U.S.-China ties and global trade. Let's take a look at early numbers. And from the global market, we end this edition of the program. We do value your feedback, so keep the comments, observations, and suggestions coming. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. Business Express returns on Friday by 3 p.m. I am Maria Adozakari, saying keep thinking and doing business.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes
Hello and welcome to the News at 10 on NTA News 24, live from Abuja. I am Stella Inameti. The headlines. President Tinubu highlights Nigeria's ongoing reforms as Africa CEO Forum 2026 kicks off in Kigali, Rwanda. NCC notes recent public concerns regarding quality of telecommunications services, says industry efforts to address quality of service challenges are on course. Plus, NACON airlifts over 25,000 Nigeria pilgrims as almost 20 states complete airlift in more than 860 flights. Thanks for joining us. The Africa CEO Forum 2026 has kicked off in Kigali, Rwanda. President Tinubu is one of the leaders attending the annual Forum of Private Community with the theme Scale or Fail. This year's Africa CEO Forum is projected to be the largest gathering of African private sector leaders, investors and policymakers, focusing on accelerating economic transformation through shared scale, regional integration and increased cross-border investment. The Nigerian president is expected to deliver statements highlighting his administration's ongoing reforms to reposition the nation as a prime destination for investment and growth. Nigerian Presidential Advisor on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Dari, highlights Nigeria's participation at the forum.
I think the Africa CEO Forum has earned for itself a reputation. Right now, the most consequential business and economic conversation is taking place and will take place right here. And I think that the best person to lead our delegation and also be here is Nigeria's president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has become the reformer-in-chief. President Tinubu will be making in the next 2 days, 48 hours, the strongest pitch of his presidency. He stands on solid ground. 3 years hence, we have seen the president command respect, command global attention because of the structural reforms of our economy and the attempt to expand the productive base of our economy. I think the most important message, which of course is often repeated, is that Nigeria has been structurally reformed. We have economic stability, which is key. The volatility we see in the forest sector and other sectors are gone. Necessary economic infrastructure are being put in place. There is a physical foundation reinforced by physical discipline, and that's what investors look for. There's a friendly environment. Like they say, Nigeria is ready for business.
And back here in Abuja, the Nigerian Communications Commission says efforts to improve telecommunication services across the country are beginning to yield results amid public concerns over dropped calls, slow internet and unstable data services. A statement by the Commission's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoha, says the NCC has strengthened monitoring of telecom operations and other service providers to ensure better service delivery. The Commission hinted that mobile network operators invested over 2 trillion naira in 2025, while tower companies committed more than 300 billion naira to network expansion and upgrades of over 2,800 telecom sites nationwide. NCC also disclosed that over 700 additional 5G sites have been deployed across 27 states this year to improve network coverage and internet speeds, while it identified fiber cuts, vandalism, theft, and power challenges as major factors affecting service delivery. The agency notes that over 27,000 fiber cut incidents were recorded in 2025 as enforcement of the updated quality of service regulations has commenced, including sanctions against operators that fail to meet required standards. Ahead of the forthcoming governorship election in Ekiti State, a new pre-election survey has revealed growing voter interest and confidence in the electoral process. The survey conducted by Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa indicates that a majority of residents are willing to participate in the election and believe the electoral body can deliver a credible poll. Joseph Otsen reports.
On June 20th, 2026, the people of Ekiti State will once again head to the polls to elect a new governor. As the countdown to the election continues, political tension and public expectations are becoming more evident across the state, a reality captured in a recent pre-election survey conducted across the 3 senatorial districts by Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa.
62% believe the electoral body is prepared and 54% trust electronic transmission of results. But beneath this optimism lies a more cautious reality. Awareness of key electoral reforms, particularly around transmission, remains uneven.
Despite the optimism, security remains a major concern among residents. While 70% of respondents described security as top priority ahead of the election, 57% fear the possibility of election-related violence. The survey also shows increasing voter resistance to electoral malpractice, especially vote buying, with many respondents indicating readiness to reject and report such acts.
What this means is clear. Security is not just a governance issue, it is an electoral issue. If people feel unsafe, participation suffers, and indeed, democracy is weakened.
This pre-election survey further demonstrated that many voters in Ekiti State are likely to base their decisions on issues of governance, protection of rights, and overall development of the state. In Abuja, Joseph Utsen, NTA News.
Leading researchers and innovation managers from across Africa have underscored the need for strict compliance with research standards to ensure the production of quality research that meets global benchmarks. This was at the 17th Annual Conference of the West African Research and Innovation Management Association held in Abuja. Ekene Ndulwe reports.
Over 200 delegates from research institutes across Africa are participating in this year's conference of the West African Research and Innovation Management Association, WARIMA, which also marks the association's 20th anniversary. Top on the agenda are discussions on strengthening Africa's global competitiveness in research, improving funding opportunities, enhancing collaboration, and protecting intellectual property rights. WARIMA says adherence to global standards and compliance requirements in research and innovation will go a long way in addressing many of the challenges confronting researchers across the continent.
And so in research, you want to get a research grant, you must comply with the conditions laid out in the calls. Who can participate in the research? What can they do? What is the nature of the objectives? If you don't comply, your proposal will not even be touched.
So researchers who are with us have to seek funding from outside of our own environment, and understanding how those funding bodies function, what their areas of interest are, and what are their requirements is a necessary input for institutions to be able to support their scientists to be able to get grant funding.
Experts at the conference stressed the critical role of research in improving the quality of life of citizens, urging researchers to focus on innovative studies with practical and lasting impact.
Your work has to have transparency, must be reproducible in any part of the world, has to be credible, and has to be useful.
With a strong intellectual property system, humans are incentivized to innovate, to create more. They can invest more resources, they can spend more time and energy coming up with new solutions and making the world move forward.
Stakeholders at the event also advocated stronger collaboration among African countries and institutions as a way of advancing research, innovation, and sustainable development across the continent. In Abuja, Ekene Ndulue, NTA News.
The office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation says it has neither approved nor formally conveyed the approval of a 40% peculiar allowance for federal civil servants to the Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council or any labor union. It explained that the statutory responsibility for the issuance and communication of such circulars rests solely with the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. The circular in reference was issued by the NSIWC on the 23rd of April 2026, I beg your pardon. In a statement signed by the Director, Press and Public Relations and Oloti, Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation stated that the meeting convened by the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation on Tuesday, 12th May 2026, was strictly an interventionist and conciliatory engagement aimed at facilitating dialogue between organized labor under its jurisdiction and the NSIWC in order to promote mutual understanding and avert any breakdown in labor relations within the Federal Civil Service. The Liberian Embassy in Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening people-to-people diplomacy and regional cooperation through the health and wellness partnerships. During a courtesy visit to the Embassy of Health and Wellness in Abuja, Liberia's ambassador to Nigeria emphasized that beyond traditional diplomacy, cultural exchange and citizen engagement remain key priorities of Liberia's mission in Nigeria. Thomas Obetere reports.
Liberia and Nigeria are set to deepen bilateral cooperation in peace building, investment and health promotion. The ambassador expressed Liberia's enduring gratitude to Nigeria for its historic role in restoring peace during Liberia's years of crisis, noting that Nigeria continues to hold a special place in Liberia's development agenda. He encouraged Nigerian investors to take advantage of the peaceful environment and numerous business opportunities currently available in Liberia.
Had it not been for Nigeria pulling the ropes and putting ECOMOG together and coming there when we were at our lowest level, I don't know what would have become of Liberia. So let me publicly acknowledge my appreciation to Nigeria.
Health and wellness also took center stage at the meeting, with the Liberian envoy urging Africans to pay greater attention to preventive health care and healthy living.
It's imperative that we think outside the box and bring health education and practical knowledge to the people where they are in a natural habitat.
In response, the Chief Mission Director of the Embassy of Health and Wellness, Dr. Chimele Eze, highlighted plans to collaborate with Liberia in promoting natural health solutions and wellness initiatives across the region.
Different countries have been calling, but we say to ourselves, we're going to start with that man who has come with purpose, whose mission and vision would always align with ours, the Embassy of Health and Wellness, the reason we chose Liberia.
There's much to eat in Nigeria. There's much to showcase in terms of healthy eating and then the menus you have here in Nigeria.
To create that awareness that this is healthy to you. This is the lifestyle you can live that will be beneficial to you.
The meeting is expected to open doors for joint healthcare awareness campaigns, technical exchanges, and community outreach programs aimed at improving the well-being of citizens in both Nigeria and Liberia. In Abuja, Thomas Ogbetere, NTA News.
You're watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We'll be back with more reports after the break. Stay with us.
The power of precision, engineered to perfection. Every component is crafted with care, and each design is meticulously tested. From concept to creation, our engineers push the boundaries of technology, seamlessly blending performance and sustainability with a deep commitment to African ingenuity. Introducing the CNG Boss, a remarkable achievement in engineering designed to operate on compressed natural gas, a cleaner and more sustainable fuel alternative. At Innocent Vehicles, we proudly lead the way in creating greener mobility across Africa. And it doesn't stop there. From SUVs to sedans, spacious buses to electric cars, Innocent offers a wide range of models designed to meet every need. Innocent Vehicle, the pride of African roads.
This is NTA News 24.
Thanks for staying with us. The Nigerian Institute of Petroleum and Gas Engineers has formally inducted Priska Kanebi as its new president, marking a significant milestone for the professional body and the energy sector. The induction ceremony held at the Petroleum Development Trust Fund in Abuja brought together key stakeholders from the oil and gas industry. Lydia Sampson reports.
The ceremony featured a keynote lecture titled Emerging Global Energy Dynamics on the strategic imperatives of increased oil and gas production in Nigeria. Government representatives and engineering professionals at the investiture applauded the new president, expressing optimism for game-changing leadership.
The global energy landscape is undergoing one of the most significant transformations in modern history. Geopolitical tensions, climate change concerns, technological disruption, energy transition policy, supply chain realignment.
The complexity of the modern energy industry means that no institution can operate in isolation. Strategic collaboration among professional bodies, universities, regulators, financial institutions, technology firms, international partners, and government agencies will be indispensable.
After the investiture of the president, executive members and board members, Kanebi pledged to strengthen professional standards, promote innovation and advance capacity development within Nigeria's petroleum engineering space.
The whole idea is to see how it can be more impactful in the society and to work with all the regulators in the industry to have a more efficient oil and gas sector.
She emphasized the need for sustainable practices and local content development as the industry continues navigating global energy transition challenges. Kanebi also called for increased collaboration between policymakers and industry players to boost efficiency and attract investment. Her emergence as president is widely seen as a progressive step reflecting growing inclusivity and leadership diversity in the oil and gas sector. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
And as part of efforts to expose students to practical learning and career opportunities in the media industry, pupils of Hibiscus Academy embarked on an educational excursion to NTA News 24. The visit offered the students first-hand experience of television broadcasting, news production, and studio operations. Alika Okpanachiarua reports.
With excitement written on their faces, the students of Hibiscus Academy arrived at the headquarters of NTA, ready to explore the world of broadcast journalism. The educational tour took the students through various departments, including the newsroom, the master control room, the studio, and editing unit, where they were introduced to the process of news production from reporting to transmission. During the interactive session, professionals at the station explained how news stories are sourced, verified, produced, and presented to the public.
My visit to NTA was fine. It was my first time coming to NTA, and I learned that NTA is National Television Authority, and they broadcast news all around the world.
The control room.
Why?
Because it has many devices, like the Operation 1 and 2. And it shows things on the screen, it shows everything around the world.
I would like to report on sport news, because when I grow up, I want to be a footballer.
Excursion is part of the extracurricular activities that would help the children learn more about the society. So bringing the children down to NTA, national television, it helps broaden their imagination of what we've been teaching them in the classroom.
Most of them have televisions in their houses and they don't know how these things are being done. So we brought them to actually see how these productions are being done, the machines that are used. So when they are at home, they will actually appreciate the effort of those people that are putting these things together.
For many of the students, the visit provided both knowledge and inspiration about the world of television broadcasting. In Abuja, Alika Okpanachi, Arua, NTA News.
Thank you, students of Hibiscus Academy, for the responses. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, is steadily progressing with the airlift of over 25,000 Nigerian pilgrims in more than 60 flights ahead of this year's Hajj, as almost 20 states have completed airlifts of their respective pilgrims. Tokbe Alabi tells us more.
It's been 12 days since Nigeria commenced airlift of pilgrims to Saudi Arabia for the 2026 Hajj in a steady operation coordinated by the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NAHCON, in collaboration with the state pilgrims welfare boards through multiple airlines, including Flynas, Umza, Max Air, and Air Peace. At the moment, 17 states consisting of Adamawa, Bauchi, Benue, Ekiti, FCT Abuja, and Gombe, as well as Jigawa, Kogi, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Ogun, Ondo, Osun, Oyo, Plateau, and Taraba have completed airlifts of their pilgrims, with more states, including Kaduna, Kano, Edo, Zamfara, among others, expected to begin their airlifts in the coming days as NAHCON targets completion before the deadline set for the last flight to come into Saudi Arabia ahead of the Hajj rites. Flight schedules completion so far reflect Max's stood at 63%, with Flynas 60% and Umza 70%, while Air Peace has made 53% of its flight schedule. Flynas flight XY 8514 Wednesday evening departed Abuja via Lagos with 146 pilgrims and 175 officials, comprising 145 Lagos and 1 Nasarawa pilgrims, as Umza flight UY 3525 departed Sokoto to Medina same evening with 482 pilgrims from Sokoto and Bauchi, while Air Peace flight APK 7924 departed Maiduguri to Medina Thursday morning with 315 Yobe pilgrims and 2 officials. At the time of this report, 25,217 Nigerian pilgrims have been airlifted to Saudi Arabia in 62 flights, while private tour operators have begun airlifts of Nigerian pilgrims. In Abuja, Tokbe Alabi, NTA News.
The Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to modernizing the armed forces through strategic partnerships, local capacity development, technology transfer, and sustainable defense industrial cooperation. The minister stated this while on a working visit to Monaco, Italy. During the engagement, he emphasized the importance of building indigenous operational capacity while leveraging international expertise to address emerging security threats. The sessions also covered the proposed establishment of national and regional command centers, mobile response units, and a center of excellence for simulation, training, and doctrine development. The working visit forms part of Nigeria's broader defense diplomacy and strategic engagement initiatives aimed at promoting regional stability and national resilience in an evolving global security environment. The operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested the Director General of Energy Commission of Nigeria, Dr. Mustapha Abdullahi, for money laundering offenses to the tune of more than 500 billion naira. Sources within the commission say he was arrested in Abuja on Wednesday and is in the custody of the EFCC answering questions. And troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hardin Kai have rescued 6 kidnapped victims and arrested suspected terrorist collaborators. In a statement by the Media Information Officer Operation Hardin Kai, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba says troops acting on credible intelligence following an air interdiction mission around the Mandara Mountains successfully rescued the abducted women and children at suspected terrorist crossing point near Amuda on 12 May 2026. A 3-month-old rescued baby was among residents of Ngoshi community, abducted by Boko Haram/ISWAP terrorists during an attack on the community on 3rd March 2026. Similarly, troops have arrested 2 suspects in Damaturu, Yobe State, in connection to an earlier operation involving the interception of a suspected ammunition courier. He was apprehended while finalizing plans to supply ammunition to terrorists. And that concludes the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Thanks for watching. I am Stella Inameti.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Together, one nation we are, like the rainbow in the sky. No division in love. The north needs the east, the south needs the west. There's no need to fight. United we stand.
We belong together, one nation we are, like the rainbow in the sky. No division in love. The north needs the east, the south needs the west. There's no need to fight. United we stand.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to The Defenders, your window into the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. We take you beyond the uniform into the heart of the service. And on the program, we'll be showcasing our achievements under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. Like you know, our core mandate is protection of all critical national assets and infrastructure. So join me as we show the dedication and discipline of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. I am Baba Wale Afolabi. I'll be right back, and you're going away.
Join us for The Defenders, the show that highlights the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps in action, protecting the heart of Nigeria's progress. From safeguarding critical infrastructure to securing our national resources, the NSCDC plays a vital role in securing the future of Nigeria. With the mining marshals leading the fight against illegal mining, the Corps ensures that our natural resources are protected from exploitation, preserving them for future generations. The Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad is on the front line, fighting to stop illegal bunkering and the theft of our nation's oil resources, protecting our economy and sovereignty. And the female squad is dedicated to protecting our schools, keeping our children safe from the threat of banditry, rape, and other criminal activities. Every day, the men and women of the NSCDC are working tirelessly to safeguard our communities, protect our nation's resources, and support sustainable development. The Defenders, ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Civil Defense Corps has in its mandate, first, protection of critical national assets and infrastructure of the nation. Second, registration, licensing, training, monitoring, and supervision of private security guards in the nation. And third one, disaster mitigation. We are among the frontliners of responding to disaster issues in the country. And therefore, today, this training is very, very central because it relates really what we do and how we respond to disaster mitigation in the country. We're all aware that the regulator and the coordinator of disaster mitigation in the country is NEMA. And therefore, most agencies who are in the first line of response to disaster management in the country are police, road safety, civil defense, fire, and others. No agency can do it alone. We have seen really that we have to come together. If we really want to nip this crisis, we must come together. As you know, that the asymmetric conflicts that we are facing in the country can appear in any form. This training is very, very central, and it is my honor and privilege to address this gathering, the development of disaster management in Nigeria, and the urgent need to strengthen intelligence collaboration to safeguard citizens of the nation. Disasters, whether natural or man-made, have become increasingly frequent and complex in our nation. From floods and building collapse, fire outbreaks, oil spillage, and of course, insurgency-related crises. The impact on lives, property, and national development has been so intense and profound. These challenges demand not only preparedness, but a unified, coordinated, and proactive response system. The Civil Defense Corps, through its disaster management arm, spread across all our formations in Nigeria. See, the Corps has a very unique and distinct disposition because of our spread. First, we don't live in barracks. Secondly, we are trained by all security agencies, including the Red Cross. The Corps, because of that disposition, plays a very vital role in mitigating the effects of this incident. This department serves as a frontline mechanism through real-time coordination, disaster management unit, all institutions, agencies of prevention, preparedness, response, and of course, recovery. Its mandate is not only react to emergencies, but to anticipate risks, educate communities, and strengthen resilience at all levels. It is also important to clearly state that no single agency can effectively manage disaster alone. That's what we have been saying. And there's a need for us to have the 3 C's conspicuously seen, being put into practice. The collaboration, the cooperation, and of course, coordination. Very, very important. And we have said it times that number, that no agency has monopoly of any strategy. And we must really come together if really we want to leave the current field that we have as far as conflicts or security is concerned. The complexity of modern emergencies requires synergy amongst all stakeholders, government agencies, security services, emergency responders, private sector actors, non-governmental organizations, and of course, community-based groups. Enhancing interagency collaboration is therefore not optional, it is essential. When agencies work in silos, response efforts are delayed, resources are duplicated, and lives are put at greater risk. But when we collaborate, sharing intelligence, harmonizing strategies, and coordinating operations very well, we create a very stronger, faster, and of course, more effective response as far as disaster mitigation is concerned. To achieve this, we must prioritize the following. 1, effective communication system that allows real-time information sharing among agencies. Very, very central and very general. Real-time information sharing. And once the information has been shared, we're so happy that the Office of the National Security Advisor coordinates security matters in the nation. It's now championing the course to establish a national, well-equipped intelligence fusion center where all agencies are required to send intelligence. And once the intelligence arrives, there are processes where there will be interpolation, and then analysis, and then interpretation. And it will now be sent back to all agencies for response. And I think once we start doing that, then I think we are going towards the end, ending of finding solutions. Secondly, joint training and simulation exercises will build, the capacity and improve on the experience, and then, work on the synergy we're talking about, between agencies and other stakeholders. So joint training is very central. It will build trust, understanding, and of course, operational synergy, strengthening institutional frameworks and policies that support cooperation rather than competition. Well, we have seen really part of what we experience that has been a stumbling block or as a form of setback is that agencies want to compete. But we know that by establishment and by professionality and capability, every agency should know where it belongs. That this is your capacity, this is your ability. And where you know that you don't have the ability, you call another agency. Of course, it is presumed that they have the way with that, tackle that conflict. Next one is community engagement. Very, very central and very general. Community engagement. Community engagement promotes, knowledge in terms of conscientizing community on how to dictate anticipated disaster issues or disaster problems, like flood. If you engage communities in conscientizing them, you know the nature of dumping refuse into waterways, building houses on waterways or near the river bank, where normally if the river overflows, and then you go and build houses there. By the time you engage community and begin to conscientize them that they should be very cautious in building houses close to the river bank, and then all that, people will now get the knowledge and they will run away from it. Whenever we have the river overflow, you will not record any disaster issue. So community engagement is very, very central. As local population are often the first responders and critical partners in disaster management. Therefore, the NCDC remains committed to deepening partnership with all relevant stakeholders. We will continue to invest in capacity building, modern equipment, and of course, strategic framework that enhance our disaster response capabilities. Let me also emphasize the importance of prevention. Disaster management is not only about responding to crises, it's about reducing risks before they escalate. Through public awareness campaigns, enforcement of safety regulations, and collaboration with environmental and urban planning authorities, we can significantly reduce disaster occurrence. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear participants, the safety of our nation depends on our collective resolve in protecting the civil populace from disaster-related incidents, and this is also a shared responsibility that requires commitment, coordination, and continuous improvement. As we deliberate during this training, I urge all participants to actively engage, share knowledge, participate actively to develop actionable strategies that will strengthen our collective response. Let this gathering mark a turning point in how we collaborate and respond to disasters in Nigeria. Together, we can build a safer and more resilient nation.
Security is our collective responsibility. I am Honorable Desmond Elliott. Keep watching The Defenders on this platform by the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Security is our business. Let's treat it seriously.
The suspect, Nuhuda Amada and Oreme Smart, have allegedly successfully trafficked 5 girls this year for prostitution and have confessed to working with one Vanessa in Ivory Coast, who receives the trafficked victims.
I can't carry Tiri. When they say they want to go, I can't carry the Tiri, can't give her. You can't transport them, go Lagos, go give a sister. And then for after that one, I don't know, we say, if you don't stop. A sister, I can't get the sister number. He can't give me a sister number. Me and his sister can't talk. His sister can't tell me, say, whether another one day. Now I say, ma, check. I go stay ask 2. Then go say, yes, then we'll go.
I was doing the job before, so I stopped the work. When I stopped the work, and I told Aero to stop the work, so he did not stop the work. When he continued the work, they catch him, so he now confessed me out.
The public relations officer of the Corps, Ifosa Ubebo, says efforts are being made to apprehend other members of the syndicate.
Investigation has revealed that the syndicate carried out multiple trafficking operations involving 6 female victims, all of whom were forced into prostitution abroad. The arrested suspects have confessed to the crime and will be charged to court accordingly, while efforts are ongoing to apprehend the remaining members of the network.
The command therefore calls on citizens to desist from illegal activities capable of ruining their future.
The State Project Coordinator, Dr. Sani Ademujoro, made this known during the commissioning and handover of facilities provided by ACRISAL for the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Agro Rangers Unit in Kodam, a multi-developmental government area. Dr. Joro explained that the project was executed on the directive of Governor Muhammad Inuwa Yahya, who emphasized the need to provide all necessary support to strengthen security in Kanao Forest.
Kanao Forest should be among the frontline projects that you are supposed to concentrate on improving. And to the glory of Almighty His Excellency Muhammad Inuwa Yahya has remained consistent in pursue and follow up the seamless implementation of Kanao Forest in terms of restoring it to its olden days glories. So it attracted attention within and outside the country. A lot of students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students with their lecturers are coming here for research. A lot of people are coming here for recreational activities. So that is why, again, when we commenced the implementation of AgriCell, he directed and planned approval expressly and follow up to ensure that we have done all the needful in terms of making this location to be a full-place recreational facility, facilities that will support like the establishment of bank.
He said they will continue to give sustained attention to Nasarawa Forest until it becomes a center for research and tourism. In his remark, the commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Gombe State Command, Idris Jibril, expressed appreciation to Akrisal for the initiative and commended Governor Inuwa Yahaya for his political will and consistent support toward the success of the project.
My 1 year in Gombe State, and through the support of Akrisal and the executive governor of Gombe State, Alhaji Inuwa Yahaya, Amajan Gombe, we were able to get this state-of-the-art Agro Rangers base station that will enhance the performance of our officers in the protection of natural endowment in Gombe State.
He assured that the Corps will intensify effort to strengthen security in Kanal Forest. Meanwhile, while presenting the keys of the facility and 2 motorcycles donated to the Nigerian Security Defense Corps, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Water Resources and Forestry, Mohammed Bello Abubakar, praised the Akrisal project coordinator for his foresight and commitment. Also speaking, the district head of Cordon, Al-Hassan Abubakar, acknowledged the numerous developmental. He pledged the company
a moment when ordinary people rise structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee,
playing vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended.
Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
Agro Ranger is not just about the boots on the ground, but it is about the pace that we provide. The mandate is clear: to protect agro-allied investments, to secure the ranches, to provide safe movements of agricultural goods and products. We mediate between the farmers and the herders in a non-kinetic approach. You apply soft power like diplomacy, negotiation, and persuasion. This is so the herder can graze in peace and the farmer can plant without fear.
From the grain silos in the north and the palm plantation in the south, the presence of agro rangers has boosted investors' confidence. Large-scale commercial farms that have once been idle have been busy with different activities nationwide. By curbing the theft of livestock and protecting critical infrastructures like dams and irrigation systems, the NSCDC is ensuring that the Grow Nigeria initiative isn't just a slogan, but a reality. Every harvest protected by an agro ranger, as it stands today, is a victory against hunger and a step towards economic stability.
From the soil of our farms rises the hope of our nation. In the peace of our field lives, the strength of our people. Together, we stand for Nigeria. Have a look into the future, where Nigeria feeds itself and the world. The Agro Rangers remain the front line of that dream. They are the shield for the tiller of the ground, and the guardian for our collective prosperity. In the face of adversity, we stand firm for the love of the country, for the security of our food, and the peace of our land. NSCDC Agro Rangers, defending our harvest, defending our homeland. The precondition to freedom is security. You welcome back on your security program. This will have joined the curtain on this week's edition of the program. Remember, when you see something, please say something, and we will definitely do something. This will have a sign off on this week's edition of the program. Peace, I'm out of here. Bye for now.
In the rain?
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
Welcome to Nigeria, where dreams are big and the spirit is bigger. Young people are chasing opportunities, facing challenges, and looking for economic independence. From tech startups to street hawkers, young Nigerians are trying to make it in a country with opportunities despite challenges.
I started my business in school, University of Benin, right? And I studied computer science. And because of the fact that I just wanted to do more for myself, basically, right? I didn't have so much faith in the educational system. Not that it was bad, I just didn't have so much faith in it at the time. Because of that, I had to do something else. And what I had to do was I had to create businesses that provided solutions for the problems that I'm facing. Now, what I've noticed is that most young people, they think about first world problems. You can't be solving first world problems in a developing country, in a country like Nigeria, for instance, right? What you need to do is you need to create solutions for problems that you can fix within your local environment, right? So what problems can you see in your community, in your local government, in your state, in your geopolitical zone that you can address, right? Start from there. If you can create solutions for problems that you can see, right, you will definitely, you will definitely not struggle as much because you will have people that will be willing to give you money for you to be able to solve that problem.
Starting from my school days, I went to school and my course was changed. I went for SLT, Science Lab Tech, but it was changed to quantity surveying. But in the midst of that difficulty, I was able to put myself together because the first semester I was like, I'm lost. Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I was crying and all that. But God helping me, it's another way to tell people that you don't have excuse. I don't have people that train me. I don't have this, so I decide to be this. No. I was faced with challenges because I don't like anything about building. I went into it. It wasn't easy. I overcame it. From there, I grew, practice. Interior came into it, but it wasn't easy.
Unemployment, financial strain, and self-doubt are part of the journey. But so are the grit and determination. These young Nigerians are turning their passions into successful businesses, and their stories are inspiring others to do the same.
Bringing your dream to reality, you need to be courageous. Bringing your dream to reality.
Yes, now listed entrepreneurs, and something that I've come to realize that Nigeria has over 200 million people, right? So what it specifically means is that Nigeria is a game of numbers. For instance, if 1,000 people are paying you 1,000 naira every week, do Do you know how much that is? That's a lot of money. So imagine you create a solution that is affordable, that people can key into on a weekly, on a monthly basis. Because of the sheer numbers of people that we have in the country, if you do a numbers game, you will be able to succeed. So even if we are still thinking, we all know that, okay, the Nigerian business today or the Nigerian economy may not be so encouraging, right? We all know that it's going to get better. It's definitely going to get better. So we do what we can now to, help us get to where we want to be. But I would say that that scale is constantly shifting.
In Nigeria, the struggle is real, but so is the spirit of survival. Let's celebrate the power of young Nigerians as they work towards realizing their dreams.
Do you want your school to be known for your...
This is the news update at 11 on NTA News 24. I am Stella Inameti. The Africa CEO Forum 2026 has kicked off in Kigali, Rwanda. President Tinubu is one of the leaders attending the annual Forum of Private Community with the theme Scale or Fail. This year's Africa CEO Forum is projected to be the largest gathering of African private sector leaders, investors and policymakers, focusing on accelerating economic transformation through shared scale, regional integration and increased cross-border investment. The Nigerian president is expected to deliver statements highlighting his administration's ongoing reforms to reposition the nation as a prime destination for investment and growth. Nigerian presidential advisor on media and public communications, Sunday Dare, highlights Nigeria's participation at the forum.
There is a physical foundation reinforced by physical discipline, and that's what investors look for.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says efforts to improve telecommunications services across the country are beginning to yield results amid public concerns over dropped calls, slow internet and unstable data services. A statement by the Commission's head of public affairs, Nena Ukoha, says the NCC has strengthened monitoring of telecom operators and other service providers to ensure better service delivery. The Commission hinted that mobile network operators invested over 2 trillion naira in 2025, while tower companies committed more than 300 billion naira to network expansion and upgrade of over 2,800 telecom sites nationwide. NCC also disclosed that over 700 additional 5G sites have been deployed across 27 states this year to improve network coverage and internet speeds, while it identified fiber cuts, vandalism, theft, and power challenges as a major factor affecting service delivery. The agency notes that over 27,000 fiber cut incidents were recorded in 2025 as enforcement of the updated quality of service regulations has commenced, including sanctions against operators that fail to meet required standards. The Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation says it has neither approved nor formally conveyed the approval of a 40% peculiar allowance for federal civil servants to the Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council or any labor union. It explained that the statutory responsibility for the issuance and communication of such circulars rests solely with the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. The circular in reference was issued by the NSIWC on the 23rd of April 2026. In a statement signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Eno Ilotu, the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation stated that a meeting convened by the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation on Tuesday, 12th May 2026 was strictly an interventionist and reconciliatory engagement aimed at facilitating dialogue between organized labor under its jurisdiction and the NSIWC in order to promote mutual understanding and avert any breakdown in labor relations within the Federal Civil Service. And that's the update at this hour. Join us at 1 for more.
When we talk about health, many people think about the heart, blood pressure, diabetes, or infectious diseases. However, there is an issue that affects millions of people every day, yet is often neglected until pain or serious complications arise. This is oral health. The World Health Organization says oral health is a fundamental part of overall health, well-being, and quality of life. And it is not just about having clean teeth or a bright smile. It includes the health of the mouth, teeth, gums, and the entire facial system that allows us to speak, eat, breathe, and interact confidently in society. Globally, oral diseases are among the most common non-communicable diseases, and WHO estimates that about 3.5 billion people worldwide are affected by oral diseases, with untreated tooth decay being one of the most widespread health conditions. Stay with us on Global Health Digest as it unravels all you need to know about oral health. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Let's begin with the background reports.
Oral health, otherwise called oral hygiene, is the practice of keeping one's oral cavity clean and free from diseases and other problems. It is crucial that oral hygiene be carried out on a daily basis to enable prevention of dental diseases and bad breath. The most common types of dental disease are tooth decay and gum diseases, including gingivitis and periodontitis. It is therefore suggested that adults brush at least twice a day with fluoridated toothpaste, brushing before going to sleep at night and after breakfast. Several recent clinical studies suggest that oral diseases and inflammation stand as risk factors for serious systemic diseases such as cardiovascular disease, bacterial pneumonia. Oral hygiene care for critical ill patients, which has been reported to reduce the risk of ventilator-associated pneumonia, low birth weight, or extreme high birth weight of one's baby. It is assumed that taking care of the teeth is a modern development. Evidence from history reveals people have been cleaning and caring for their teeth for thousands of years. Early people used simple tools such as tree bark or twigs with frayed ends to clean their teeth and mouths in Babylonia as early as 3500 BC. Feathers, bones, and even porcupine quills were used to clean between teeth during the Greek and Roman empires. Yet, the first modern toothbrush was not developed until the late 1400s when the Chinese attached hog hair bristles to a piece of bamboo. That model may have been the basis for the first mass-produced toothbrush. In 1780, a British inmate drilled holes in a small piece of bone left over from a meal. He added boar bristles and secured them with glue. On his release, the inmate started selling the brushes. As people started using commercially produced toothbrushes, they also began using more toothpaste. While the toothpaste is not a modern invention, it looks a lot different in years past. Ancient Egyptians used a mixture of flowers, mint leaves, pepper, and salt as a tooth cleanser. Other ancient societies crushed ox hooves, bone, and oyster shells to create a powder for their teeth. Asian cultures combined ginseng. Roman medical writers were penning how-to manuals on oral care in 100 BC, and the Etruscans utilized gold crowns to restore their teeth around 200 AD. In several most vulnerable and disadvantaged populations, people of low socioeconomic status carry a higher burden of oral diseases, and this association remains across the life course, from early childhood to older age, regardless of country's overall income level. Also, access to oral health services are uneven within and among countries. The availability of oral health services is not aligned with the needs of population.
This is Global Health Digest on NTA International. Records show severe gum disease, tooth loss, and oral cancers continue to place a heavy burden on individuals, families, and health systems. Our crew went to the streets to find out what people know about oral health.
How many times do you brush in a day?
2 times in a day. When in the morning, when I wake up to go, I brush before going to school. Then in the evening, when I want to sleep, I used to brush again.
If you don't brush in a day, as for me, I will not be happy. I will not feel well because your mouth, you will not even have the appetite to eat food. Even if you see the food, when you put it in your mouth, you don't have taste.
When your gum starts hurting, what do you do?
If you're asking what I do, it's not healthy because I just leave it like that until it leaves me alone.
Jafaru, I'm glad you know that ignoring your dental red flag is not a healthy practice. We are honored to have the chairman, Nigerian Dental Association, FCT, Dr. Theophilus Aho, who will help us understand why oral health matters, the situation in Nigeria, and what individuals, families, and communities can do to protect themselves.
Oral health is a state of being free from tooth pain or toothache, facial pain, sores, periodontal condition, mouth and throat cancer, and any other conditions affecting the face, the mouth, that affects a person's well-being, ability to chew, ability to communicate, and how it affects the person's well-being. Oral health has about 4 components. There's a functional part, there's a psychological part, there is a physical part. The functional part talks about the ability for an individual to eat and not having issues with dental caries. Then the psychological part is the ability for the individual to smile without no limitation in that person's ability. That means there's no tooth loss, there's no halitosis. Then the psychological well-being also talk about the self-esteem part of that patient. Oral health is intrinsically linked to the general health. There is no oral health without general health, and there's no general health without oral health. So that being said, now let's look at what are the most common oral diseases here in Nigeria. The most common oral diseases in Nigeria still remain dental caries. From the layman point of view, it will tell you that dental caries is hole in the teeth, or I have a cavity in my teeth. So dental caries is still the leading cause of tooth problem we have in Nigeria. Next to that is periodontal disease. What is periodontal disease? Periodontal disease is the disease affecting the supporting structure of the teeth, that is the periodontium. So dental caries affect everybody from the child to the elderly, same as well as periodontal disease. But periodontal diseases is more common among the elderly because of increase in age, poor oral hygiene, and other factors. The clinical signs of what we see for a patient or anybody to know that, okay, I have a dental condition. Most patients actually come to the hospital when they have pain, but prior to having pain, there are some pains that a patient would see or an individual will notice that are probably signs that, okay, there's an ongoing infection in the oral cavity. Let me start with the hard tissue, which is the teeth. Once you notice any abnormal discoloration, from maybe a dark spot, a whitish spot, they weren't there from the very beginning. So you should come early to seek intervention, even if there is no associated pain or frank cavitation yet. When a patient brushes his or her teeth and finds out that there is bleeding, that means there's an ongoing gingivitis that may later progress to periodontitis. The patient should present early. Then outside that, when you notice abnormal coloration, when I mean abnormal coloration, you notice that your tongue used to be red and all of a sudden it's becoming whitish, or the redness is increasing, or you are noticing dark spots, you are noticing white spots. These are signs that, okay, something sinister is happening, so you report early. So we encourage everybody to have at least a routine dental checkup every 6 months, that is twice a year, so that if there's any underlying condition, it can easily be picked and addressed early. So the preventive measures, a stitch in time saves 9. So we encourage everybody to brush with a fluoride-containing toothpaste. When you brush with a fluoride-containing toothpaste, your diet is healthy. You eat a lot of vegetables, you eat lots of fruits. You don't engage in sugary food. Those are the precursors to dental caries. you may be free from dental caries. So for oral cancer, the leading cause of oral cancer still remains tobacco smoking and use of tobacco products. So we don't encourage people to smoke cigarettes. We don't encourage people to use tobacco products. And alcohol has also been found to have a synergistic effect in addition to tobacco use. So those are factors that we believe that can, if those factors are looked into, it can help prevent oral diseases. Then we also encourage, like I said earlier, use of fluoride-containing brushes, early intervention, regular checkups are very, very important. But some of the misconception is that dental caries is caused by worm. First and foremost, it is not worm that causes dental caries. Like I said earlier, it is caused by bacteria breaking down food substrate and acting on the tooth substructures. Then that is for that. Then two, another thing again is that a lot of us don't come to the dental clinic. We don't see a need for it. We feel that, okay, it's just teeth now, so it's not really part of it. A healthy mouth is a healthy body, and a body cannot be healthy without the mouth. So one of the misconceptions is, there are a lot of misconceptions. I just talked about worm causing dental caries. Then sometimes there are other abnormalities that we see. Sometimes some children are born with a defect in their face, or maybe cleft lip and cleft palate. So it will also be attributed to witchcraft. Oh, the wife of the woman is a witchcraft. She have done some this, she have done that. It is not related to that. There may be some other factors that could also be causing such disease condition. Then there's also a misconception that, dental anxiety among patients. Patients also are scared that whenever I meet the dentist, he's going to inflict fear on me. So there's that anxiety component. So what I tell patients is that one misconception from a patient is different from another. One experience from A is different from experience from B. They also have, like I said, dental phobia, dental anxiety. Those are also there. There's also a belief that once you extract a particular tooth, you keep extracting teeth, that the worms jump from one tooth to the other. It's not true. If the factors causing dental caries is not addressed, or if the process have started in other teeth and you extract the one that is most diseased and the others is not treated or reversed, so there's a possibility that the other teeth will also be extracted, or the other, depending on the numbers. If there are more than one teeth, if they are just a single tooth, if they're just a single one, that will be tooth. So those misconceptions have to be addressed. So there are a lot of some persons will tell you take clove and rinse with battery acid water whenever you have toothache. We see all of them in the clinic. Those are not it. So some people is that whenever you have toothache, you don't need to wait to have toothache. Walk up to the dental clinic, to the nearest dentist close to you. I want to have a routine examination. Then you'll be examined. If there are any red flags or any sign that the dentist is seeing, you pick it up and address it immediately. We'll talk about breath. That's what we call halitosis. That is the medical name for it. It talks about an offensive smell coming out from the mouth. All right, so there are different types and different causes. So we can have what we call the genuine halitosis. All right, that is the one that has a particular cause. So it is expedient for the dentist to know exactly what is causing it. So there are some that, it is caused by localized disease within the oral cavity. Maybe periodontal diseases, there is a mouth sore, there is a cavity somewhere within the teeth, and all of that. Then there are some that poor oral hygiene measures. So there are some that is caused by disease condition affecting the structures related to the oral cavity. It could be from the nose, it could be from the ear, it could be from the throat, it could also be from the GIT, that's from the stomach, because they emit gases from the mouth. So we have to look into that. When you wake up in the morning, because of the fact that saliva is put in your mouth, so you may experience some kind of foul smell. So you brush off and it's gone. Then when you are fasting, your body is breaking ketone. So some of those gases are being released. So those ones are part of what we call genuine halitosis, because you are fasting, because the body is undergoing some kind of metabolic change. Sometimes in pregnancy in women, you can also notice that. At that point, it is not a disease. We just tell the person that, when you break your fast, you are eating normal, everything, it goes back to normal. Currently in Nigeria, there is a plan, or there's an ongoing integration. Looking at the National Oral Health Policy, which is a document at the Federal Ministry of Health, and a session was just held recently about it to review it for the next 5 years. So there's plan to integrate the National Oral Health Policy into the primary health care. The primary health care in Nigeria, there was within the 774 local government area within Nigeria. So the government is making a lot of efforts to see how oral health care can become part of the basic primary healthcare system. Integration on that is already going on. Like I said earlier, the National Oral Health Policy is a document, and then the actualization is actually ongoing. I believe in the next couple of years, we'll see that being manifested or being integrated fully into the government plans and policies across the 774 local government areas within Nigeria. And in Nigeria, we have just about 5,000 or so dentists. And these 5,000 dentists cannot effectively serve the Nigerian population. And most of these dentists are located in the urban area. So there is a shortage of manpower, a shortage of skilled dentists to actually attend to the Nigerian population. That is already a well-stated fact. As well as there is, as we all know, there are increased migration of skilled personnel, head personnel, from Nigeria to other parts of the country. So there are so many factors that are being influenced by this. You have what they call the push factors, we have what they call the pull factors. So I believe that if these factors are looked into properly, and the government is already trying to look into that direction, I think we'll have a more dentists actually sitting back in their country to actually give service. Another way that can also be combated, maybe that would be on a long-term note, if we have more dental schools in Nigeria. If you have more dental schools in Nigeria, that will also help. And if the quotas for admission is also increased, that will also help, so that more dental schools produce more dentists for the Nigerian population, and that will also work. And factors to also retain the dentists after graduation will also be important. That's why I talked earlier about the push factors as well as the pull factors. If those factors are looked into by the government and by agencies, that will actually work to retain dentists. Part of what we believe in is that most of the dental procedures should be embedded into the into NHI, which is the National Health Insurance Agency. So, but at the moment, not all dental procedures are being covered by NHI, and not all Nigerians have had access to NHI. I know the government is doing a lot to ensure that there is a broad coverage where all Nigerians are able to have access to NHI. So if all Nigerians have access to NHI, or their health insurance, and a lot of these dental procedures are covered by NHI, so there will be no excuse for any Nigerians not to access dental care.
You heard Dr. Awo. Don't neglect your oral health. In response to the growing burden of oral health diseases, the World Health Assembly adopted a landmark resolution on oral health in 2021, calling for a major shift from treatment-focused dental care to preventive and people-centered oral health care. Since then, the WHO has developed the Global Strategy on Oral Health and the Global Oral Health Action Plan 2023 to 2030, aimed at helping countries integrate oral health into universal health coverage and primary health care systems. Joining us is Dr. Yuka Makino, the Technical Officer, Oral Health, WHO Regional Office for Africa, to give more insights into these global interventions, strategies, and targets for improving oral health worldwide.
In order to integrate oral health as a part of the NCD prevention and control towards universal health coverage, the WHO Global Oral Health Action Plan was adopted in 2023. Based on the baseline status report of this Global Oral Health Action Plan, our region, the WHO African region, is actually, we lag behind the rest of the world related to the implementation of this Global Oral Health Action Plan, especially 11 targets such as service coverage, because only 17% of the African population had access to oral health service, especially the supported by largest government financing scheme, and also slow progress in terms of the environmental health oral health service, and then limit the sugar intake, and also optimize the reutilization of fluoride in order to prevent dental caries. Then another point is that we had a regional strategy on oral health between 2016 to 2025, And then based on the final progress report, we had a target toward 2025, but none of that target, including disease burden and access to the fluoride toothpaste, and then the access to the health service, none of them was actually achieved. Therefore, we need to accelerate the progress in terms of implementation of the global and the regional political document. Therefore, we developed this regional framework in order to accelerate the implementation of the global oral health action plan at the regional office level. Therefore, we try to contextualize the global action plan into more African contextual specific. And then especially as mentioned that only 17% of the population have access to oral health service. Therefore, it is quite important to scale up oral health service at the primary care level. Therefore, this the regional framework also provides some guidance how we can integrate oral health at the primary care level. So in fact, as you see the regional framework, Africa face the lack of oral health workforce. For example, dentists, dental therapists, and dental assistants. And for example, in the region, in 2019, the dentists per 10,000 population in our region is actually less than 1/10 of the global ratio. So actually in our region, only we had a 0.33 dentists per 10,000 population. So it means that, of course, we need to have a more dentists, but at the same time, we also needed to think about innovative workforce model in order to address unmet needs for oral health service, because according to the estimation in 2021, 42% of population already suffering from oral disease. Of course, prevention and then promotion approach is quite important, but already 42% of population suffering from oral disease. Therefore, we also need to address, and then we also need to provide a treatment. Therefore, in order to address the unmet needs for oral health, we need to strengthen oral health workforce. So in order to do that, some countries actually strengthen the mid-level oral health providers, such as dental therapists or dental nurse, in order to access oral health service at the lowest level of the health system, such as primary care level or secondary level. And in some countries actually trying to do the task sharing of oral health service between oral health professional and non-oral health professionals, such as nurse and midwife, in order to scale up oral health service at the primary care level. So in terms of the access to health service, we try to utilize a health technology assessment in order to know about the access to oral health service, especially supported by largest government health financing scheme. And then the second point related to the disease burden, because we do not have a much stable oral health data. Therefore, we do not have a comparative oral health information. Therefore, we utilize the estimation, called the global burden of disease study. Therefore, we monitor the global burden of disease study information in order to monitor this the reduction of the major oral disease, including dental caries, periodontal disease, and tooth loss, and other oral disease. But in order to strengthen or improve the accuracy of the estimation, it is also critical for the each member states in Africa region to organize or implement the integrated national oral health survey in order to estimate this disease burden. And then that will be also support for the monitor progress of the implementation of the regional framework for global oral action plan. But at the same time, these data also support country to develop and implement evidence-informed policy on oral health. So actually, we have continued provided the technical and financial support for the member states in order to accelerate the implementation of this regional framework. So, for example, the last 5 years, we have supported 17 member states to develop oral health policy. We provided both, technical and financial support. And then at the same time, we also coordinate the partnership in order to mobilize the technical capacity and also financial capacity in order to accelerate the implementation of the regional framework and also national oral health strategy. But at the same time, after the country developed the national oral health strategy or action plan in line with this regional framework, actually, each member state needed to utilize this national strategy in order to advocate the importance of oral health at the country level. So increase more domestic financing for oral health in order to, strengthen and sustain oral health issue in country. In order to achieve the target toward the 2030 for the regional framework, we need to work together. Not only the WHO. We need to work together with member states and the other partner, including civil society organization and private sector, in order to achieve this important regional framework.
Prevention, they say, is better than cure. I believe you now know what steps you need to achieve healthier smiles and healthier life. Continue to take responsibility for your health. See you next week. Same time, same station. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Bye.
This is the network service of the NTA.
On the 29th of April 2026, the House of Representatives passed 2 Electoral Act amendment bills. One of them seeks to amend the jurisdiction for pre-election matters, while the other seeks to include electronics mode in serving of election petition.
Honorable Hassan Kaikuka Kaikaku Jadua, who is representing Bide Jakusko Federal Constituency of Yobe. Notice of defection from the People's Democratic Party to All Progressive Congress. I write to formally inform you of my decision to resign from the People's Democratic Party and to defect to All Progressive Congress with immediate effect. Furthermore, this decision stems from extensive consultation with my constituents, political allies, and family members following a thorough assessment of the current political landscape, the ongoing internal crisis and divisions within the PDP, which remain unresolved, have made it increasingly difficult to serve the aspirations of my people under its platform effectively. In light of the above, I'm convinced that joining the APC will provide a stronger and more effective platform to promote the interests of my constituency and Yobe State as a whole. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of defection in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended. Kindly accept my highest regard and assurance. Honorable Hassan Jagdua. We have another notification of defection coming from Honorable Bello Issa Ambarura. He is moving from All Progressive Congress to the African Democratic Congress, ADC. I'd like to formally notify you of my honorable, respected colleague, colleagues of my defection from APC to ADC. My decision on this was done under wide and careful consultation with my constituents. My decision on this was informed by the circumstances beyond my control within the APC, hence it compelled me to defect respectively. In this respect, therefore, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the Right Honorable Speaker, leadership, and entire members of the APC for the opportunity accorded to me. Furthermore, I wish to reiterate that I will remain fully committed to the legislative agenda of the 10th Assembly, to the service of my constituency as well as the Federal Republic of Nigeria as I embark on this new political journey. We will miss you in our party. I hope you will come back.
Mr. Speaker, I rose on this floor some weeks ago to bring a matter of urgent public importance. On this same subject matter, which I'm again presenting today. This is due to the recent reoccurrence of the insurgents' attacks in my constituency. Last week, Mr. Speaker, let me come under the 8th Rule 5, to enable me to present this matter of urgent public importance. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as being moved by my colleague, Honorable Abaka. I so second. Thank you.
Part of the motion say aye. Get against say nay. The ayes have it. Second leg, yes.
I rise this morning to second the second leg of the motion as ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those vote of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours. Make it brief, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, my heart bleeds. I brought this type of motion some weeks ago, and I'm here today again on the same incident that has happened. Mr. Speaker, on 21st April 2026, armed insurgents carried out an unprovoked attack on my lady, where 9 innocent lives were brutally short-lived, sustained various degrees of injuries. Mr. Speaker, as we are still mourning the departed souls of the Mayo Lady tragedy, they struck again. That was on the 26th of April, just a few days ago. Suspected Boko Haram, ISWAP insurgents again, launched another brutal assault on Sabongari, Telabala, and Gweku villages. 29 innocent souls were murdered again. The unfortunate and inhuman of these things occurred in the evening, in broad daylight, Mr. Speaker. These coordinated attacks have thrown the entire Gombe-Home Federal Constituency into mourning, fear, displacement. Our people can no longer sleep with their eyes closed. Farms are abandoned, schools are deserted, economic activities have been crippled. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time I'm presenting motions of urgent public importance on this same issue with no immediate action by the government. This is unfortunate because we even report the movement of these people to the security and nothing happens until these mayhems are done. Mr. Speaker, in view of the foregoing, I urge this Honorable House to please, I repeat, I urge this Honorable House to please observe a minute silence in honor of the 38 souls that were lost within the past 2 weeks. mandate the Committee on Army, Defense, National Security, Intelligence, take steps immediately to arrest this situation, Mr. Speaker, because this is so sad. It's too much for us. Our people are bleeding. Call on the Ministry of the Humanitarian Affairs and Northeast Development Commission to urgently provide psychosocial support and rebuild destroyed homes at Mayoladi, Sabo, and Gwetu communities. These communities are heavily devastated. They don't have even a single house standing. We buried more than 30 corpses in the last week. Mr. Speaker, this is so sad, and our people are losing confidence in government. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
I rise to second the motion by my honorable colleagues from Adamawa. I so second.
Of this motion, say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Army, Defense, National Security, NEMA, Northeast Development Commission. Shall we rise for 1 minute silence, please? As requested by the motion. May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. Honorable colleagues, the first business of the day is the presentation of 3 bills. And I invite the clerks to read the short title.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, 6th Alteration Bill 2026, first reading. Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, first reading.
Thank you, Clerk. The second business of the day is presentation of reports of the Committee on Communication on the issue from the Statutory Revenue Fund of the Nigerian Communications Commission, total sum of 479,580,260,000 naira only, out of which 124,440,652,000 naira only is for recurrent expenditure. 26,779,045,000 naira only is for capital expenditure. 32,011,493,000 naira only is for special projects, while the sum of 20 billion naira only is for transfer of Universal Service Provision Fund. 276,277,071,000 naira only is for transfer to federal government for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. This is standing in the name of Honorable Peter Patterson. Honorable Patterson is invited to present the report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the report of the Committee on Communication, the Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, for the year 2026 budget. So,
under to this motion, is your deputy here?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to second the motion, motion of the report moved by my leader, the chairman on Committee on Communication. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may now lay your report. Qualitative structured education and artificial intelligence, technology and for related matters is standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ihomvera. Honorable members will recall that the bill was adopted, that the House has adopted the report of this committee of the whole on Tuesday, 28 April. The second order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to establish Nigerian Army Institute of Environmental Science and Technology. Honorable members will recall that the House adopted a report from the Committee of the Whole yesterday, Tuesday, 28th. It is one of the bills that the Honorable Leader of the House will move for to be read the third time. The third order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Number of Judges Act, Cap H6, Laws of Federation of Nigeria, 2004, provide for an increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters. Signed in the name of Honorable Julius Ihomvere again. Honorable members, you are aware that yesterday, 28th of April, the House adopted a report from the Committee of the Whole. Functions and Administration of Legislative Security Directorates in the National Assembly provide for the qualification and conditions of service of the Sergeant at Arms and other personnel of the Directorate and for related matters. Also standing in the name of Honorable Professor Julius Ihomvere, House Leader. Honorable members, you will recall that this House adopted a report of the Committee of the Whole on this bill yesterday, the 28th of April, 2026. Therefore, I invite finally the Professor of Professors, the Leader of the House, to move that these four bills be all read the third time. Prof.
Mr. Speaker, my very dear colleagues, I rise to move that the following bills, HB 377, HB 376, HB 1635, and HB 1632 be read a third time. I so move. Thank you for the opportunity.
I rise to second the motions moved by the House Leader. I hereby second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, please read the long titles of these bills.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Polytechnic Act and establish Federal Polytechnic of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Technology, Alaide, Benue State, to provide qualitative and structured education in artificial intelligence technology and for related matters, third reading. A bill for an act to establish Nigerian Army Institute of Environmental Science and Technology, formerly known as Nigerian Army Institute of Technology and Environmental Studies, and for related matters, third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Higher Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Number of Judges Act, CAF H6, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to provide for an increase in the number of judges in the Higher Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters, third reading. A bill for an act to provide for establishment, function, and administration of the Legislative Security Directorate in the National Assembly, provide for the qualification and condition of service of the Sergeant at Arms and other personnel of the Directorate and for related matters, third reading.
Thank you, Clerk. Bill for an act to amend the Federal Polytechnics Act and establish Federal Polytechnics of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Technology, Alaide, Benue State, to provide qualitative and structured education in artificial intelligence technology and for related matters, HB 377, read the third time and pass. Bill for an act to establish Nigerian Army Institute of Environmental Science and Technology, formerly known as Nigerian Army Institute of Technology and Environmental Studies, for related matters, HB 376, read third time and pass. Bill for an act to provide for establishment, function, and administration Legislative Security Directorate in the National Assembly provide for the qualification and condition of service of the Sergeant-at-Arms and other personnel of the Directorate, and for related matters, read third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Number of Judges Act, Cap H, 6, Laws of Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to provide for an increase in the number of judges in the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters, HB 1635, read third time and passed. Honorable colleagues, the fifth order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish the National Defense College of Nigeria to serve as a high-level center for the professional military education of senior officers and selected civilians from MDAs, including participants from the armed forces of allied countries within and outside Africa, serve as a center for strategic research and studies, as well as a postgraduate degree awarding institution, and for related matters. Starting in the names of Honorable Abbas Tajuddin and Honorable Babajimi Benson. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 11 March 2026. I've been told Honorable Maki will be taking care of these bills. So I now invite Honorable Maki to...
Mr. Speaker, I rise to stand to lead the debate for Act to establish National Defense College 2026 and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, the lead debate on a bill for an Act to establish National Defense College Nigeria to serve as a high-level center for the professional military education of senior officers and selected civilians from ministries, departments, and agencies include parastatals from allied countries to serve as a center for strategic research and studies, as well as a postgraduate degree awarding institution and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, this bill seeks to provide a comprehensive legal framework for the establishment of a National Defense College as a premier institution for strategic military education, policy, development, and national security research in Nigeria. Although the college has exercised provision of the National War College, this bill seeks to strengthen its legal status, expand its mandate, and positioning it as a postgraduate degree awarding institution in defense, strategy, and security studies. The bill further repeal the existing National War College Act and replace it with a more robust and contemporary legal framework that reflects present for security activities. Mr. Speaker, the rationale of this bill is compelling and answer on national security imperative. Strengthening national security, Nigeria is facing with a ballad of complex security challenges ranging from terrorism and insurgency to cyber threat and traditional crime. There is therefore a critical need for a high-level institution dedicated to strategic thinking, planning, and leadership training. Institutionalization strategy military education, the bill seeks to formally establish the college as the apex institution for training senior military officers and top-level civil policy makers, thereby ensuring that leadership at the high level is equipped with the knowledge required for national and international security management. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, the objective of this bill is to clear and far-reaching objective includes high-level professional military education to provide advanced training for senior military officers and selected civil and defense policy, strategic, and operations. Strategic policy development to develop partnership, understand of national power, geographical, and policy formation, thereby strengthening Nigerian strategic decision-making capacity. postgraduate degree program status, to empower the college to award program postgraduate degree, including master's and PhD, as well as professional fellowships such as FDT, Fellow Defense College. Establish of a strategic research centers to establish a center for strategic studies which will serve as a national think tank on defense and security, conduct advanced research on national and global security trends. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill is a critical pillar to strengthening Nigeria's defense and security framework. It will also provide legal backing on an already existing institution, but also to transmit into a world-class center for excellence in strategic studies, military education, and policy research. At a time when national security challenges are incredibly complex and interrogated, Nigeria must invest in institutions that can generate strategic insight, build leadership capacity, and support evidence-based decision-making. I therefore urge this Honorable House to give this expedient and favorable consideration in the overwhelming interest of national security, institutional development, and global level. I so move, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues.
This afternoon, I rise to second this bill as well moved by my honorable colleagues. This afternoon, I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to establish National Defense College of Nigeria to serve as a higher-level center for the professional military education of senior officers and selected civilians from MDS, including participants from the armed forces of allied countries within and outside Africa, serve as a center for strategic research and studies, as well as a postgraduate degree awarding institution and for related matters. Second reading.
Thank you, Clerk. Bill referred to Committee on Defense. The sixth order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to make provision for the mandatory publication of financial and operational records of all ministries, departments, agencies, and government-owned enterprises that draw or generate revenue for the federal government. Establish a central portal for the dissemination of such record. Enhance public accountability to curb corruption and promote citizen engagement and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ihombere, honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time Tuesday, 16 December 2025. Now I invite Honorable Ihombere to move that the bill be read the second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that HB 2677 be read the second time.
Any seconder?
I hereby second the motion, I believe moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I think this is an establishment bill. I'll just throw the question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to make provision for the mandatory publication of financial and operational records of ministries, departments, agencies, and government-owned enterprises that draw or generate revenue for the federal government. Establish a central portal for the establishment of such records. Enhance public accountability, curb corruption, and promote citizen engagement and for related matters. Second reading.
Thank you, Clerk. Bill referred to Committee on Public Accounts, Finance, Digital and Information Technology. The seventh order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the jurisdiction for pre-election matters and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Benjamin Kalu and 4 orders. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time Wednesday, 29th April. Now I invite Honorable Bayo, the Chairman Electoral Committee, to move that the bill be read the second time.
I rise to move the motion that the bill an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the jurisdiction for pre-election matters and other related matters, HB
2760.
2760 be read for second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
I would also like you to handle the eighth order of the day, which also had to do with the Electoral Act. Which is HB 2761. Also move so that we can do it together.
Yeah. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to move that the bill for an act to amend Electoral Act 2026 to provide for flexible, reliable, and technology-driven mode of service of election petition process and for related matter, HB 2761, be read for the second time.
Second, the minority leader.
I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours now, Chairman, Electoral Affairs.
The bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for jurisdiction for pre-election matters and for related matters 2760. The bill seeks to amend the Electoral Act to provide clarity, certainty, and uniformity in the jurisdiction and determination of pre-election matters arising for party primaries and other pre-election activities. Specifically, the bill amends Section 29(5) of the Principal Act to expand the jurisdiction of filing suits by aspirants challenging false information submitted by candidates. It allows such actions to be instituted either in a court in the Federal Capital Territory where the cause of action arose, and thereby increasing access to jurisdiction, to justice, and reducing procedural bottleneck. Furthermore, the bill introduces a new Section 29A to comprehensively regulate the jurisdiction and adjudication of pre-election matters. The proposed provision clearly delineates the courts vested with original jurisdiction over different categories of pre-election disputes. It provides that pre-election matters relating to National Assembly, state assemblies, the governors shall commence at the Federal High Court and with appeal laying at Court of Appeal. The pre-election matter concerning presidential elections shall commence at the Court of Appeal, which shall exercise original jurisdiction with further appeal laying to the Supreme Court. The bill also seeks to eliminate jurisdictional conflict by expressly providing for that no court shall entertain pre-election matters except as stipulated in this proposed section. Overall, the bill aims to streamline the adjudication of pre-election disputes, reduce forum shopping, ensure speedy dispensation of justice, and strengthening Nigerian electoral legal framework in line with constitutional provisions. The bill, when passed, will enhance legal certainty, promote judicial efficiency, and deepen integrity of the electoral process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
let's handle that first. You come up again. Any seconder to that?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion heavily moved by a colleague. I so second.
Those in favor of it say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for the jurisdiction of free election matters and for related matters. Second reading.
Can we have the Chairman Electoral Act, please, again?
We are expected to have copies of what we are passing. This is a very serious matter, and nobody has seen it. I've just asked them. It's not been shared. Nobody has a copy.
Clerk, you told me they have shared the copies.
Nobody has a copy. I've asked here, they don't even have a, so we are passing electoral act amendment and nobody has a copy of what we are passing. If anybody has, maybe you can share, but nobody has it. And we're taking it back to Committee of Four for consideration without even looking at what we're passing.
Mr. Speaker, the bill is on the platform. You can check. Open.
The bill is on the platform?
Yes. The electoral act is so important that we cannot afford to just sit down. You have passed it now, and we want to consider it without even looking at it. I mean, honorable colleagues, please.
No, Honorable Dasuki.
Sir.
Nobody is considering it now. It's being referred to the committee to do their job. And it is, you know, in this era of paper,
Mr. Chairman,
we are trying to avoid much of paper publication. So we should be using this electronic. We want to go e-parliament.
Even for amendment, you know, we have never amendment from platform. These are papers we see. This is electoral act. Yes. It affects everybody. We should see it here.
Chairman, outside publishing it on the platform, please make sure you make copies and circulate.
It's not on the platform.
Thank you.
It's not even on the platform. Which one of the platforms?
The general platform.
The colleagues are saying it's not there.
Please liaise with the Secretariat immediately. Let them run some copies. We'll step this one down.
I'll present it again now. Okay. All right.
What you raise is fundamental. Okay. We must oblige.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. So work with the secretariats.
All right.
So HB 2761, step down until the material is distributed. Of the day is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to establish a 50-year national economic plan for Nigeria and measures to compare compliance therein and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Amobi Oga. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time, 22nd July 2025, and I invite Honorable Oga to move that the bill be read the second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a bill for an act to institute a 50-year national economic plan for Nigeria and measures to compare compliance and for related matters. HB 2488. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Rise this morning to second this very important motion, heavily moved by my colleague from Abia State. I so second.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours. Please lead your debate.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, a 50-year national economic plan for Nigeria 2026 to 2076 represent a bold and transformative legislative initiative aimed at addressing one of the country's persistent development challenges: policy, inconsistency, and short-term economic plan. The proposed bill seeks to establish a legal binding, long-term economic framework that will guide national development across successful administrations by institutionalizing continuity, coordination, and accountability. The bill is designed to reposition Nigeria's economy for sustainable growth and global competitiveness. Nigerian economy has been characterized by a succession of development plans, many of which were ambitious in conception, but weak in implementation. From Vision 2010 to Vision 2020 and the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, the country has repeatedly demonstrated its capacity to plan, but not necessarily to sustain those plans. Frequent changes in government priorities, weak institutional frameworks, and the absence of legal enforcement have often led to policy reversals, abandoned projects, and inefficient use of public resources. These structural deficiencies have hindered long-term economic transformation, leaving the country vulnerable to external shocks, particularly fluctuations in global oil prices. The proposed 50-year national economic plan addresses those shortcomings by providing a stable and predictable economic direction over an extended period. One of its most significant economic contributions is the promotion of macroeconomic stability. A long-term plan enables the government to articulate clear fiscal and monetary priorities, thereby reducing uncertainty and volatility and stability in economic policy, which is essential for maintaining investors' confidence, managing inflation, and ensuring sustainable growth. By anchoring economic decisions within a long-term framework, Nigeria can better withstand external shocks and maintain steady progress. The absence of continuity in Nigerian economic policies has historically discouraged long-term investment, particularly in capital-intensive sectors such as infrastructure, manufacturing, and energy. A legally binding 50-year plan sends a strong signal of policy credibility and commitment, thereby reducing investment risk and attracting capital inflows. The bill also has profound implications for infrastructural development, which is a cornerstone of economic growth. Infrastructure projects such as highways, railways, power generation, and ports requires long planning horizons and sustained investment. My dear colleagues, short-term planning cycles often result in incomplete and abandoned projects, leading to wasted and reduced economic efficiency. When compared with international practice, the proposed bill reflects a synthesis of global best practices while addressing local realities in Africa. Countries such as South Africa, Rwanda, and Botswana have adopted long-term development plans. At the continental level, the African Union's Agenda 2063 provides a shared vision for development. Mr. Speaker and my dear colleagues, Nigeria's economic planning has historically been constrained by short-term policy framework, inconsistent implementation, and frequent discontinuity arising from changes in government. This has undermined sustainable growth, infrastructural development, and long-term investment confidence. Objectives of this bill establish a 50-year national economic plan as a binding framework for economic development, ensure policy continuity across successful administration, promote diversification of the Nigerian economy, strengthen national coordination in economic planning, provide legal backing for implementation and promise, and monitoring and education. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because this bill presented by my very good brother, Honorable Amobi-Oga, is ambitious, and it should be where we should be leading and going towards, especially in our nation. But I believe that also a bill of this nature of ambitiousness should also carry with it an ambitious mode of implementation. Mr. Speaker, the proposal here is a 50-year plan for economic growth. It is good to note that we run an election cycle of every 4 years, meaning that if we are proposing a 50-year growth plan, that we will be running it through over 10 election cycles. I think it's very important for us to note that so we can see how the implementation will be carried on administration over administration if it is that this bill is able to pass through. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, it's also important to note that there's been other very ambitious plans like as mentioned earlier on the debate led by my dear brother, Vision 2010, Vision 2020, and the ERGP, Economic Recovery and Growth Plan. All these were great plans, but the implementation has been stunted by also lack of strong institutional background on the implementation basis. So, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I think as great as this bill is, it also needs to have a legally binding fact to it that can make the implementation strong and stand, especially in our very challenging times. Mr. Speaker, one of the items that would make this bill strong is to make sure that we have a functional budget system that is not hindered by any sort of operators. And as we can tell now, we're in a bind when it comes to our budget cycles. So for this bill to be strengthened, our budget needs to be running concurrently as it's being passed. And this bill can be able to withstand when we have such strong budget cycles. Mr. Speaker, these are my contributions towards this bill, but I do support that this bill should pass the second reading. And I do support that
return to your seat, please.
We, as a nation, we are at the point whereby we do need this sort of long-term plan, and the implementation needs to be airtight and executed properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think in this country, we joke around with the idea of planning and budgeting. Part of it is the very pedestrian way we handle it at the elementary and post-primary levels of our educational system. Yet, that is where we need to implant the idea that if you don't plan to succeed, you are clearly planning to fail. The motion, the bill before us, is not talking really about the annual budget. It is not going to be part of what the President brings to Parliament to present. It is to establish an institutional framework and structure that will plan for the future and lay core pillars that no regime, no party that comes to power can deviate from. Just like what is going on in Lagos. There were certain pillars established on infrastructure, on a renewed hope agenda. The economic growth and recovery plan are trying to do that, but in an episodical manner. What this bill is recommending is a long-term plan, and those involved will not be part of government necessarily. We can debate later what form it will take. Would it be an institution of eggheads who will lay out for us where we will be in the next 10, 20, 40, 50 years, so that whatever party is coming in office, whatever the individual is, no matter the person's dreams and ideological disposition, will know that 1, 2, 3, 4 issues are critical to the survival of this country, and they cannot depart from it. And I want to commend the mover of this bill, that it is important, and my colleagues should give it support. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, I rise this time to lend my voice and commend the mover of this bill, that this bill is timely, considering the fact that we have suffered a lot with our infrastructure as a country. We have seen a lot of abandoned projects, programs, and policies of government in the recent time. And one wonder why countries like China, India are succeeding in their economy. I think the secret is embedded in this proposed bill, because those countries, they plan ahead of time. But the challenge we have, as a country, is that we plan within, the scope of the time that we are living in. And that's why we keep witnessing, abandonment of policies and programs of government. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill will ensure long-term economic stability when it is passed into law. This bill is going to promote sustainable development in the country. This bill is going to promote sustainability. So I want to urge my colleagues that it is high time that we depart from the normal administration that we are familiar with as a country, and then start thinking about the future plans, especially in the area of economic. I want to encourage my colleague to allow this bill to get to the second stage. I so support, Mr.
I rise, Mr. Speaker, to lend my voice on this very important bill and to equally give further advice. But before then, I want to take us back to history. Nigeria witnessed much more of its own development when General Yakubu Gowon introduces National Development Plan. Mr. Speaker, that was the development plan that shifted Nigeria's overdependence on agricultural sector to the Industrial Revolution of 1974. And by the time that development plan was suffocated as a result of another military intervention, Nigeria suffered a lot of consequences by abandonment of agricultural sector and equally suffocation on industrial sector. So having a plan, economic development plan for a country is very, very fundamental and very important. But my advice is simply this. As important as it is, stakeholders should be engaged during the committee public hearing so that a lot of Nigerians who have information and idea about the past development plans will add value to this 50 years economic development plan. This is my addition, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to lend my voice to this exceedingly laudable bill proposal by my honorable brother and colleague, Honorable Amobi Oga. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that we have that when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Mr. Speaker, the beauty of this bill, as proposed by Honorable Oga, is that we have a set plan that will hold irrespective of whom is in office. Mr. Speaker, the last time this country ever sat to do a plan was the National Development Plan of 2021, and it only lasted to 2025. We need a long-term plan so that we can manage our resources, however lean they may be. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to hope that this plan will include a consolidation of all our debt profiles into one, so that we can manage our debt from one pot as opposed to multiple sources. I want to commend Honorable Oga for this plan and proposal, and use this opportunity to urge my honorable colleagues to listen and grant favorably his proposal. I so move.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This bill is referred to Committee on National Planning and Economic Development. Please, Clerk.
Honourable members, a bill for an act to establish a 50-year national economic plan for Nigeria and measures to compel compliance therein and for related matters, second reading.
The bill is referred to Committee on National Planning and Economic Development.
So I will give the synopsis on the bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for flexible, reliable, and technology-driven mode of service of election petition process and related matters. The bill seeks to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to introduce flexible, reliable, and technology-driven mode for the service of election petition process with a view to modernizing electoral adjudication and enhancing the efficiency of election dispute resolution in Nigeria. The bill amends Section 29(8) of the Principal Act to mandate candidates at the point of submission of nomination form to provide not only a verifiable physical address within the state of contest, but also functional electronic contact details, including email address, telephone number, or any other form of electronic communication. This is intended to ensure that parties to election petitions can be easily reached through multiple verifiable channels. The bill further amends the first schedule of the Act by revising the provision on service of election petition. It requires petitioners to provide both the address supplied by the respondent under Section 29(8) and any other known address for service, which such details deems sufficient for the purpose of effecting service of processes. Significantly, the bill expands the legally recognized mode of service to include electronic transmission. It provides that service of election petition process shall be deemed valid if effected personally, by registered post, or through electronic means such as email, SMS, or other digital communication channel linked to the respondents. To ensure legal certainty, the bill establishes that services by electronic means shall be deemed effective upon proof of transmission, which may include delivery confirmation, service-generated records, or other credible evidence of dispatch. It also clarifies that a respondent's failure to access or acknowledge such communication shall not invalidate the service once transmission is established. Additionally, the bill amends the interpretation section of the Act to define electronic means broadly, thereby accommodating current and future communication technologies capable of generating verifiable transmission records.
For emails, WhatsApp, and all that, to enhance the speed that we want to achieve while handling the number of days for litigation. Those in support of this motion, say aye.
Observation, amendment, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I think it's very good we pay attention to what we are passing today. Honorable colleagues, it will interest you to know what is before us is that you can be served via email, SMS, or let me read it out. Honorable colleagues, for example, email is highlighted here. Let's be mindful of what we are passing. You can be contacted via email and it goes into scam. You don't know, for that you can be liable. You can be sent a SMS message. It can find itself somewhere where you have abandoned messages or numbers that you don't have in your phone, cannot send messages to you. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I think in passing some laws, we have to be mindful. It can affect all of us here, more especially us here. If you look at it, honorable colleagues, what is saying that we should look electronically.
That's okay.
Sir.
Did you say amendment?
Yes, sir.
It's not in our rules. You don't amend at second reading.
But we contribute, sir.
When we send it to the committee, we look at it. But let me remind you that this is an addition to what we already have, which is paper service. Because what has happened has been that people dodge services.
Mr. Chairman, paper service can be acknowledged and be received.
Yeah, it's part of it.
So nobody can acknowledge an email.
No.
Who acknowledges email?
The evidence, let me educate you a little bit on this. The Evidence Act in our country has recognized electronic evidence in terms of transmissions, documentation, and that is why you see court do what they call front loading. Electronic version of processes has been adopted. That does not mean that we're excluding the usual traditional paper service. But we are saying, in addition to having paper service, that we are acknowledging that emails that you submitted.
Mr. Chairman, you have
phone number. Let me finish.
Yes.
That the phone numbers that you submitted could be used as one of the ways of conducting service. I think that is what the bill is all
Mr. Chairman,
about.
have we looked at the sequence? How do you send emails? How do you send text messages? A good number of messages these days, they go into scam if it's not for one reason or the other. Text messages is not guaranteed that a message will reach your phone. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, you know, if we are doing something, let's do something. Electronically, we said we cannot transmit electronically. Then now we are saying we are using electronic to serve you. I mean, in this one, we are ending up putting ourselves in the tight corner. I can assure you, a court will say, I've sent you email. You go to your email, is in scam, it's been sent for one.
The bank sends you your statement through your phone.
Mr. Chairman, it's not about
your bank statement comes to
you
through your phone.
Nigerian. No, that is it. Let's not just look at us. We are looking law for 250
Okay, let me give right to reply to the chairman of the committee. Let him reply.
This amendment is to expand the scope. The physical service is still there. We are giving options. Your email, what it says is, when you are submitting your nomination form, you write the service you prefer, the addresses, both physical and the electronic device that you want to be used for that period. So it's not a matter that you have an old number that cannot be accessed. It is what you want to be used for that election that you are supposed to write. So we are giving you an opportunity to write the address and the numbers that you know will be functional for that period. And if you didn't make it available, then it will be at the person's peril. We are not removing what is there. We are just expanding it. The option you say, my honorable member, the only option you now provide is that we should leave it as it was, so that you should not expand the scope. We are expanding it. We are not removing what was there. We are just giving additional options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As a society, we must evolve. From time to time, we evolve. And if they give you option, you can tick the method of communication that you want INEC to relate with you, or the processes to be given to you. You can choose the manual service. You could choose the email. You could choose the SMS.
It says shall here. It says shall, so it's not an option.
No.
If you want me, I can read it to your hearing, it says a candidate for an shall. When you have the word shall in the law, we have to be mindful.
Yes.
That means it's mandatory.
Yes.
So let's be safe.
Just like the paperwork is mandatory.
So paperwork, somebody acknowledges.
Yes.
Somebody receives. And you can hold somebody responsible. But here, nobody receives this email. Nobody receives these text messages. So why don't you just become safe and take this out?
When you receive email, that is a receipt. If you program, are we going to teach you technology here? When you receive email, that is a receipt that tells the owner of that email or the sender of that email has been received. When a message is sent to you and you receive it, the man who sent it to you will see the sign that it has been received. If it is served manually, if it's received in your office, it is stamped. So electronic technology is trying to make life easier for us. As we said, we are not jettisoning the one that is there, we are not cancelling, we're only expanding it. I'll just put the question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, please move to suspend our rules that this be referred to committee. After the second reading, it will be transferred to the committee of the whole. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honourable members, a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 provide for flexible, reliable and technology-driven modes for service of election petition process and for related matters. Second reading.
Leader, I wanted to move that HB 276 and HB 2761 I will suspend our rules and committee to committee of the whole.
Still one motion that has not been taken by Abdul Samad. Do we wait till after the committee of the whole?
Still going back to our normal business of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the relevant rules and move to the committee of the whole to consider some of the earlier reports.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So HB 276 0 and HB 2761 hereby moved to committee, referred to committee of the whole.
The House notes that the National Automotive Design and Development Council NADDDC, established by Act number 83 of 2014 under the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, is mandated to drive the development of Nigeria's automotive industry through the implementation of the National Automotive Industry Development Plan, NAIDP. The House also notes that in furtherance of this mandate, NADDC established automotive service hubs across the country, including those in Dogondaji Town and Bodinga, all in Sokoto State. This is to enhance the vehicle diagnostic, maintenance, component testing, skills development, and above all, job creation. Aware that the Bodinga Automotive Service Hub in Sokoto State was completed, fully equipped, and handed over to the federal government in March 2023 at a cost of over ₦1 billion. However, the facility has remained non-operational since its commissioning. The House concerned that the abandonment of this critical national asset undermines the objectives of the policy on industrialization, youth empowerment, and economic diversification of the National Automotive Industry Development Plan. Sorry, sir, take that. The House concerned that the abandonment of this critical national asset undermines the objective and policy of the industrialization, youth empowerment, and economic diversification of the National Automotive Industry Development Plan, also denies the citizens access to economic opportunities and constitutes a waste of public funds. The House also concerned that the Dogondaji Automotive Youth Training Center in Sokoto, designed to complement the service hub through skills acquisition, has been abandoned at the construction stage despite significant public investment. The House worried that the non-utilization of this project may deteriorate the infrastructure, thereby resulting in loss of economic value and erode public confidence in government initiatives. The House, cognizant of the strategic importance of the functional automotive infrastructure in enhancing technical capacity, promoting standards, supporting local industries, and creating sustainable employment opportunities, the House resolves to 1, urge the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and the National Automotive Design and Development Council to ensure the immediate completion and full execution of the Dogondaji Automotive Youth Training Center, Sokoto State. Prioritize the effective utilization, proper management, and maintenance of the completed public infrastructure to prevent waste of public funds. Call on the relevant stakeholders to ensure that youth artisans and automotive service providers in Sokoto State drive maximum benefit from these facilities upon full completion. Urge the National Automotive Design and Development Council to immediately operationalize the Bodinga Automotive Service Hub in Sokoto State for the benefit of the people. And finally, mandate the Committee on Commerce to visit Sokoto Bodinga Automotive Hub and Dogondaji Automotive Youth Training Center to ascertain their current status, investigate the cause of delay in operation and abandonment, and report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. I so move, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand proudly to second this motion, ably moved by my elder brother, Honorable Abdul Samad Dasuti. Manufacturing is a key base, particularly in the northern region. The employment and other issues, other solutions that will come from this are very important. I second this proudly, and I hope it's expedited as soon as possible. Thank you very much, sir.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Commerce. Honorable colleagues, there is a supplementary order paper before me, and the next order on this paper is commencement of debate on the general principle of a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, Establishment Act number 6, 2019, as amended by the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Amendment Act 2025, and enact the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Bill 2026, to establish Nigerian Police Trust Fund and provide for the equipment, training, and welfare of the Nigerian Police Force and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ihombere. Honorable members will record that the bill was read the first time, 28th of April 2026. I now invite Honorable Leader of the House to move that the House suspend the relevant provisions of the standing order to enable the House commence and conclude debate general principles of the bill for an act to repeal the Police Trust Fund Establishment Act number 6, 2029, as amended by the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Amendment Act 2025 and enact the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Bill 2026 to establish Nigerian Police Trust Fund and provide for the equipment, training and welfare of the Nigerian Police Force and for related matters.
Suspend some parts of our rules to enable us to take a second reading of HB 2755. I so move.
I rise to second the motion heavily moved by the Leader of the House that the House suspend the relevant motion that will take this motion the second time.
Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, you are invited to move that the bill be read a second time.
I rise to move that HB 2755 be read a second time.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, the floor is yours. Lead the debate.
This bill on the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Act number 6 is essentially designed to reposition the trust fund so that it can provide for proper equipping of the Nigerian police to rise to the level of contemporary police establishments around the world, provide better training and welfare to make life better, not just for the police and for their families, but for all Nigerians. Essentially, we want to move our police from where it is to the next level. I urge my colleagues to support this bill in the interest
Thank you, Leader.
of moving our police force.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the bill as ably moved. I so second, sir.
Question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This bill is referred to the Committee of the Whole. Oh, sorry, please. Clerk, please give us the long title.
Right Honorable Speaker, all members, a bill for an act to repeal the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Establishment Act number 6, 2019, as amended by the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Amendment Act 2025 and enact the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Establishment Bill 2026 to establish Nigerian Police Trust Fund and provide for the equipment, training and welfare of the Nigerian Police Force and for related matters. Second reading.
The 12th order of the day is consideration of reports of the Committee on Communication on the issue from the Statutory Revenue Fund of the Nigerian Communication Commission, the total sum of 479,588,260,000 naira only, out of which 124,440,652,000 naira only is for recurrent expenditure, 26,779,045,000 naira only is for capital expenditure, 32,11,493,000 naira only is for special projects, while the sum of 20 billion naira only is for transfer to Universal Service Provision Fund, the USPF, 276,277,071,000 naira only is for transfer to federal government for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. Honorable members will record that the bill was laid on the Wednesday, 29th April 2026. Honorable Peter Akpata-Singh will move for its consideration.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of the report of the Committee on Communication on the issue from the Statutory Revenue Fund of the Nigerian Communications Commission, the total sum of 479,580,260,000 naira only, out of which 24,440,652,000 naira only is for recurrent expenditure. 26,779,445,000 naira only is for capital expenditure, and 32,011,492,000 naira only is for special projects, while the sum of 20 billion naira only is for transfer to the Universal Service Provision Fund, USPF. 277,071,000 naira only is for transfer to federal government for the financial year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I stand to second this report as been presented by my chairman. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, move that the House resolve into Committee of Supply.
I rise to move that the House resolve into Committee of Supply in order to consider the report recently presented by the chairman of that committee. I so move.
I rise to second the motion that the House do resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the relevant reports. I so second.
Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby resolve into Committee of Supply to consider reports. It's from the Committee on Communication on the issue of the Statutory Revenue Fund of the Nigerian Communication Commission, a total sum of 479 billion, 508 million, 260,000 naira only, out of which 124 million, 440 million, 652,000 naira only is for recurrent expenditure. 26 billion, 779 million, 45,000 naira only is for capital expenditure. 32 billion, 11 million, 493,000 naira only is for special projects, while the sum of 20 billion naira only is for transfer Universal Service Provision Fund. 276 billion, 277 million, 71,000 naira only is for transfer to federal government for the financial year ending 31st December. Black Patterson, you have a minute to give us the synopsis of this report.
The figure for the total capital project of the USPF is on this document, which is what we presented, is 59,790,583 billion, whereas what is in the other paper is 58. Called the
transfer to Universal Service Provision Fund, USPF. Is that what you're talking about? It is 20 billion. What we have here, 20 billion naira, is for transfer to Universal Service Provision Fund.
Under digital parks, total digital project fund for the year is 59,795,137, whereas here in the other paper, it reads 58,795,37. So we are seeking to correct what is in the other paper to agree with what is in the report that we presented.
So you want to go for Corrigendum. So which one is the correct figure?
59,790,537,000 naira. That is the correct one. No, that one is wrong. This is wrong. That was what I was seeking to correct.
The total capital project, immediately behind total special project. Mr. Chairman, sir, if you look at the serial number 20, it read digital parks. Under it, you have total special project. Next to it, you have total capital project. The total capital project is captured as 58,790,537 naira. The correct one is 59 million. So we want to amend it. I want to move for the amendment of the total capital project to 59,790,537 naira. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Because what you submitted in this year report is different from what you are presenting to us now. Because this is the one you laid. And the figure on the other paper is exactly what you laid here. Leader, move that we revert to plenary. Move that we revert to plenary to report progress from the Committee of Supply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to move that we revert to plenary and to receive reports on the outcome of the deliberations in the committee.
If I ask a question, please let the committee liaise with committee chairman. You're not listening. Please, committee chairman, liaise with the secretariat and give us a correct version of what you intend to present. We don't want to pass this budget and we'll see complaints thereafter, because it's a piece of legislation. We must make sure, and we can amend it for you here, go back, and then it means that you're going to lay, if it's different from what you have laid, we're going to call you to lay the correct version, because that is what we will be considering. Those in support that will revert to plenary to report progress, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Reply, consider the report of the Committee on Communication on the issue of the Statutory Revenue Fund of the Nigerian Communication Commission and deferred further consideration of the reports.
The bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2026 to provide for jurisdiction for pre-election matters and related matters. The bill provides for clarity and certainty on the jurisdiction of courts in pre-election matters and enhance timely and efficient jurisdiction of pre-election cases. The jurisdiction of pre-election matters, the bill seeks to amend the Act by introducing a new subsection 2A to clearly define jurisdiction of pre-election matters as follows. The Federal High Court to exercise jurisdiction over National Assembly, State Assembly, and governorship pre-election matters and determine and terminate at the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal to exercise original jurisdiction over presidential pre-election matters and terminate at the Supreme Court.
Okay. Just a synopsis. Explanatory memorandum and the long title. Clause 1?
Carried.
Clause 2?
Carried.
Clause 3? There are 4 clauses. Clause 4? Explanatory memorandum, the long title of the bill. The same is applicable to the next one, which is the 5th report.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The chairman. Electoral reliable and technology-driven mode of service of election petition processes and related matters. The objective of the bill is to introduce flexible and technology-driven mode of service of election petition process, curb delay and technicality associated with service of court processes, and modernize Nigerian electoral legal framework in line with the technological advancement. The bill seeks to amend section by introducing section 29A to clearly define jurisdiction, to amend 29.8 to mandate candidates to provide both physical and electronic contact details, email.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
ABM! PDP ti gbogbo wa ni. Kọ́má lọ́wọ́ yín torí kò sẹ́gbẹ́ mìíràn. PDP ló lè ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan gbé kémi gbé. ABM! ABM! Ẹ má gbàgbé o. ABM! 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 Ìwọ ABM! ABM! Ṣèyí Mákindé! Ṣèyí Mákindé! ABM! Ẹ wálé. Ṣètìmọ̀ lógo wa báyìí. Tí bá ní ABM! Ẹ má gbàgbé o. Thank you very much. Tí bá wá ní ògo. ABM. MC à ń gbọ́ yín. Ẹ má pàṣẹ mọ́ àlára o.
Ibi tí ilẹ̀ ti tẹ́jú láwà yí gbàgede òkè mọ̀pọ̀ ń bàdàn. Àròjinlẹ̀ ìdàpọ̀ mímọ́ láàrin PDP àti APM. Àmì gbàgúdá tọ́ta kànmọ́lẹ̀ PDP àmì àbúradà agbòjògbòrùn. Bí a bá gbìngẹ́ tá a gbìn gbàdo, bójò bá fẹ́ rọ̀, àbúradà yóò sì bò wá tá a fi ní ìrọ̀rùn àti ìdẹ̀rùn. Yes, a jẹ́ pé
it's a beautiful day and thanks for joining us on the outside broadcast of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, reaching you live from the historic city of Ibadan, the political heartland of the Southwest, where events of national importance have often shaped the direction of Nigeria's democratic journey. We are coming right here at the Makbo Hall, an iconic venue steeped in political history, now playing host to the Grand Alliance of the People's Democratic Party and the Allied People's Movement, tagged the Unity Mega Rally. I am Kemi Oshin, welcoming you to this live telecast. Today's convergence is widely seen at a significant moment in Nigeria's evolving political landscape, as major opposition forces signal a renewed push for collaboration, coalition, as well as strategic alignments ahead of future electoral contests.
Welcome address.
Honorable Dayo Ogungbero, the event.
Honorable
Dayo
Ogungbero,
for the address. Honorable Dayo Ogungbero,
please come up.
The PDP chairman.
Monsuratu alajasun monu kukale Monsura.
ọmọ ṣìyàn bọ́lá olùpẹ̀wù ládìgbòlù oró ọmọ àtìbá òkúta méjì bàbá ìkúrọ́ mọ̀súrátù yọ̀mí sùmọ́nù yọ̀mí mọ̀súrátù yọ̀mí ajásùmọ́nù yọ̀mí ọlọ́wọ́ gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀ tí ọmọ ẹ̀ lọ́fì yọ̀mí. ọmọ gbọ́ọ́rì.
Order. All right. All right. About now, I want to invite.
Goodwill message, please. Goodwill message. Goodwill message.
No. Right about now, I want to hand over to my chairman of the PDP in Oyo State, a very phenomenal politician, a man that has led PDP to electoral success, for the welcome address.
Alága ẹgbẹ́ PDP nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́.
PDP! PDP! Ṣèyí Ẹ̀dà! Ṣèyí Ẹ̀dà! APM!
Ògo APM! Ògo ni lógo wa. Ògo.
God be the glory. We are here today to welcome our brothers and sisters from the sister party, the Allied People's Movement. And we have a man
Ọmọlágùn sóye kú kalẹ̀.
just consummated.
Gbogbo
We
Olúọ̀ṣun.
are coming from Adagodo House, where the MOU of the two parties was signed by the leadership of both parties. So,
Wọ́n gbé sẹ́nu dáadáa ni ẹni kan gbé sẹ́nu
the governor
dáadáa.
of the state, our leader, our governor, and we welcome the leadership of PDP in Oyo State. Okay, the leadership of Oyo State PDP and the members welcome the leadership of the Allied People's Movement to Oyo State for this marriage. Adẹ̀gbàdúrà wípé dídùn lọ́sàn wá máa so. Àti PDP ní gbogbo South West àti Allied People's Movement ẹgbẹ́ oní Gbàgúdá àti di nǹkan kan náà lẹ́ni. Rally yẹn náà lè dẹ̀ rí pé this is a mother of all rallies, and this is the beginning of good things to come. By the special grace of God, come 2027, this alliance will produce the President of the Federal Republic. Say amen. This alliance, by the special grace of God, will produce the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we are going to produce our governor. We are going to produce all our senators, our House of Rep members, and our State Assembly members. This is a program consummated throughout the southwestern geopolitical zone. And it is cemented today after the signing of the MOU which we have just signed at Adagodo House. Therefore, on behalf of the governor of the state and the leader of this movement, Engineer Oluwaseyi Abiodun Makinde, and the people of the Southwest, the leadership of the PDP in the Southwestern geopolitical zone, and the leadership of the APM in this zone too, I welcome you all to this all-important gathering today. And I wish us the very best of luck. Mo gbàdúrà wípé tí a bá ń padà lọ sílé, Adélébáré, Àrìnàkórè, Àkòyà ibi o, PDP, APM,
APM,
thank you and God bless you.
APM, APM.
Thank you. A ti gbọ́rọ̀ lánàá alága gbogbogbò. Ní báyìí, goodwill message. A pè Honorable Oyadeyi Ayọ̀délé, National Secretary, APM. National Secretary, APM. Kí wọ́n máa bọ̀. Ojú làá máa ìsirú ẹnu làá máa níyọ̀. Ọbẹ̀ tí ọba lépo ọ̀kan gangan láti rí. Bá a bá wo bí bíbí ṣe rí, tipátipá ni ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan fi lè ráàyè nàró tàbí jókòó. Eléyìí fi hàn wá wípé Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́ ṣètò tòní. Ó sì lọ́wọ́ sí àjọṣepọ̀ tọkọ-tìyàwó tí wọ́n gbéra wọn. Ọmọ ayọ̀, ọmọ alálùbáríkà, òun láfi bí pẹ̀lú ìyọ̀ǹda Ọlọ́run. Chief Oyadeyi Ayọ̀délé, National Secretary, APM. You're welcome.
APM.
Ogo. APM.
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 Ogo. APM. Ogo. PDP. Power. PDP. PDP. Àwa ọmọ ìlú Ọ̀yọ́, ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn, a kí yín pé ẹ kú ilé o. A kí yín pé ẹ kú ilé o. Excellencies, the host governor, the performing governor, Engineer Seyi. Okay. Engineer
Uncle, ẹ jẹ́ máa gbé máàkì yẹn sẹ́nu dáadáa.
Engineer Seyi Abiodun Makinde, Executive Governor of Oyo State. His Excellency, former Governor of Osun State. Olagunsoye Oyinlola. Other top members, executives of APM, PDP, and all other political leaders here present. We bring you all good tidings from APM today for this alliance. APM, PDP, we have been working together, but today formalizes our relationship. I will not start anything here without congratulating my national chairman, my direct boss, Alhaji Dr. Yusuf Maman Dantale. My chairman, sir, I congratulate you and all other members, all other political leaders here present. We thank you as we have come for this mega rally today, it shall be a success. By the grace of God, it shall be a success. And at the end of the day, this alliance shall bring prosperity to Nigeria. Let me say again, Oyo State, we are proud to be here. APM, PDP.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ni a ti gbọ́ yẹn. Ní báyìí ní sísẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé, bẹ́ẹ̀ bá rí pé àwọn èèyàn ń wọ̀ sọ́sọ́, kọ̀sáyà ti dúró, bẹ́ẹ̀ èèyàn ṣe pọ̀ tó ní o, bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀bá sì sọ́ra èèyàn sẹ̀. Àdúpẹ́ pé orí bó ṣe rí yìí, National Working Committee Chairman, PDP, member, National Working Committee Chairman, Ali Odeju.
He's a member of the NWC. Chief Ali Odefa, National Vice Chairman, Southeast of the People's Democratic Party. Chief Ali Odefa, please come forward for your message. PDP! Chief Ali Odefa, please come for your goodwill message, sir.
Please stay here.
PDP! PDP!
Etisu.
Oyo State, Kwenu! Nigeria, Kwenu! Your Excellencies, the Governor of Oyo State, all other Excellencies here present, may I rely on the existing protocols. I make this assertion on behalf of the People's Democratic Party members in the southeastern part of Nigeria, that we are a part of this alliance. We support this alliance. We will be into the alliance. Nigeria has to move forward. Nigeria cannot afford a one-party state. And therefore, I bring you all the good tidings and all the support from Igbo land. And we wish you well. We will support this, we will nurture it, we will grow it, and it will come out successful to the benefit of mankind in Jesus' name.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Chief Ali Odefa. We'd like to take remarks from the APM chairman. We'd like to take comments from the APM national chairman, Alhaji Dr. Yusuf Bantale, APM.
As party leaders, stakeholders and supporters gather here, expectations are high that this alliance may redefine opposition politics and deepen democratic engagements in the country. Already we have heard the secretary of the Allied People's Movement in person of Oyadeyi Ayodele spoke earlier of the good things that is expected to emanate from this alliance. As we await the comments from the chairman of the Allied People's Movement, Yusuf Maman Dantale, we shall be bringing you updates as events unfold from this end. For many observers, they are of the opinion that the choice of Ibadan for an event of this magnitude is symbolic. This is reflecting both on its legacy as a center of political mobilization and its continuing relevance in shaping national discourse.
Sọ́lọ́jà. Ọ̀dẹ́fà ògo APM ọmọ ológo lèrí Ṣèyí Mákindé Ṣèyí Mákindé ọ̀gá wa Ṣèyí Mákindé ògo wèrè la fi wò wèrè la fi wò bóyá tẹ bá gbé wèrè wá ẹ máa rí wèrè. Tẹ bá gbé jẹ́ǹtù wá, ẹ máa rí jẹ́ǹtù. Torí pé àjọ ń ṣe náà ni àjọ wa. Ewúrẹ́ tẹ̀lé yẹn kò lówó sọ́kọ̀ àgùntàn rárá o. Àgùntàn ló ní. Ìṣòro sọ pé wọ́n máa ń lò ní dúdú o. Àjọ ló kọ́ yá ní. Ṣèyí Mákindé, wọ́n ní pé àwọn yìí lọ sọ́wọ́dì. Ẹjọ́ ló wà bó bá ṣe ń lọ o. A lè mọ ibi tá a bá tò sí ibi tá a bá ń lọ Ṣèyí ọmọ Mákindé ẹ̀yà wa o láti olúkọ ẹ̀sìn gbogbo ibi tá a bá ń lọ là ń lọ torí ibi tá a bá wà lọ́nà ibẹ̀ gbọ́ngàn lọ́nà ó yá Ìbàdàn, Ìbàdàn, oh, Ìbàdàn, oh, APM, Ogo, APM, Ogo, Nigeria Force, APM, PDP, power, PDP, power, power. PDP one be out for APM. I want to start by asking you, I want some silence. Please listen to me. I want to start by asking you one question. Your son, who God has made your governor, His Excellency, Oluseyi Abiodun Makinde, the performing governor of Oyo State. Today, he said he wants a new vehicle that will work with his own vehicle, which is APM. APM! So go tell me, does he have your mandate from Oyo to use this vehicle to the next level? Computer. Yeah? Okay. Does he? I want your consent. Does he have your consent to embark on this journey? I want a yes or no answer. Does he have your consent? I'm not hearing you. Does he have your consent? I'm not hearing you. Does he have your consent? Okay, yeah. Speaking you.
ABN ẹjọ́ alága wa láti Abuja wọ́n sọmọ ibi báyìí òun ni ò jẹ́ kó lè sọ Yorùbá ní kúkúrú èdè èmi ni akọ̀wé ẹgbẹ́ APM lọ́yọ̀ state nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ni pé iṣẹ́ rere tí gómìnà wa ẹnjìnìà Ṣèyí Mákindé tó ti ṣe ní ọdún méje sẹ́yìn ni pé gbogbo aráyé ló rí ohun rere tí wọ́n ń ṣe wọ́n wá ń bèrè lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa báyìí wípé ṣe dá wa lójú wípé a máa fún gómìnà wa àti àwọn aspirant yòókù ní support under platform APM nǹkan tí alága ń bèrè nìyẹn màá gbé microphone padà fálága wọ́n tún máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
He has their support. Now that you have answered me and you have answered APM, I will take this back to APM family and congratulate His Excellency Oluseyi Abiodun Makinde that this journey, you are not going to walk alone, we are going to walk it together.
Shebani, I'm a shade. Democracy. Oh, yeah, 1, say, 2, say, 3, say, 4, say, 5, say, 6, say, 7, say, 8, say, 9, say, 10, say, 11, say, 12. Oh, yeah, we're going to see what you. Oh, yeah, they feel I send you. APM now, man, you abu. Torí báwọn làwọn Ọ̀yọ́ ń fẹ́, ìjọba Mákindé ní ṣèyí o. Ohun ìyàwó èdè síwájú. Ohun ìyàdé mi lọ́sẹ̀ yìí o. Èyí Mákindé làwọn ìbò mú. APM torí báwọn làwọn Ọ̀yọ́ ń fẹ́, APM oníjọba mẹ́kúnnú. Ohun ìyàwó èdè síwájú. APM ohun ìyàdé mi lọ́sẹ̀ yìí o. APM náà máa dìbò abú. Lórí pé òun láwọn Ọ̀yọ́ ń fẹ́, oníjọba mẹ́kúnnú. Dẹ́ndẹ́búlà. APM náà máa dìbò abú. Lórí pé òun láwọn Ọ̀yọ́ ń fẹ́, oníjọba mẹ́kúnnú.
Today, we are beginning to make history by starting a new journey across the Nigerian political terrain.
Oh, go. Jesus.
Nigeria and the largest democracy in Africa is being ridiculed. That Nigeria as a country is being ridiculed in African nations. That Nigeria yesterday rescued.
Yesterday.
And people find it difficult to pay school fees of their children and attend common clinic. This thing must not remain the same thing. Status quo must change. We have to rescue Nigeria for the interests of Nigerians. And in doing that, we must stop anything I want to come back anytime to defend my country, now or later, or any other time. So, if you are with us on the mission to make Nigeria better, say Nigeria first! Nigeria first! Nigeria first! Thank you so much. Your Excellency, I congratulate you on behalf of the people of Oyo State, leaders. I congratulate everybody. May God Almighty lead us on this noble journey. Thank you.
The atmosphere here remains lively, with supporters occasionally breaking into chants. There is a noticeable level of anticipation as party leaders address the followers, electorates, and the public. It is believed that a merger like this, presenting a mixture of stakeholders, party loyalists, political observers, and supporters, all watching closely. From where we are, we see dignitaries from all walks of life, political bigwigs seated. And this moment like most often, give room for reflection on the significance of what is unfolding. All eyes will be on both parties as they present their messages and ideologies. It will interest you to know that collaborations and alliances like this is not new in Nigeria's political environment. If you are just joining us, we are live Ibadan 2026, where we are witnessing the coming together one and the APM, Allied People's Movement, ahead of the future elections in Nigeria. The People's Democratic Party is a Nigerian political party in 1998 by members of numerous groups, organizations, including the group known as the famous G18 and G34. Observers are of the opinion that the PDP, with its symbolic umbrella logo in color green, white, and red, is not new to mergers and alliances. This is significant to its broad political base, its support for economic deregulation, human rights, and greater funding for healthcare and education, among other goals. As we await more comments from party leaders, we urge you to stay with us as we bring you more details.
The former executive of Osun State and the Prince of Okuku, His Excellency, former Governor, Chief Olakunsoye, or Prince Olakunsoye Oyinlola, for his good. Oyinyo, 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 Oyo, 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 Oyinlola, ọmọ Olagunsoye, Oyo, Oyinlola, ọmọ Olagunsoye, Oyo, 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 ọmọ Olagunsoye, ẹ wálé, ẹ wálé, ẹ wálé, ẹ wálé. Àgbàlagbà l'Oyinlola, ẹ̀yin tí ń perí wa láyìí dá o, àwọn yìí o, àmọ́ yìí o, àmọ́ yìí àtúnyìmọ̀. Ẹ̀yin tí ń perí wa láyìí dá, gbogbo ilẹ̀ ó bára pẹ́ gbá. PDP. Power, APM. PDP. Power. APM. Oh God! Oh God! APM. Oh God! Mo kí gómìnà wa àti gbogbo àwa tá a tẹ̀lé wọn lẹ́yìn wá síbí. Mo kí alága APM. Mo kí gbogbo wa o. Mo sì fẹ́ rọ̀ wá ká fetí sílẹ̀ ká lè mú ọ̀rọ̀ lọ sílé. Àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n ní bí ẹyẹ bá ṣe ń fò la máa ń sọ òkú rẹ̀. Kí ló sún wa dé ìkóríta tí a fi ní PDP
Sheriff
àti APM kí wọ́n pa ìtọ́ wọn pọ̀ sójú kan kó lè hó. Ọdún mẹ́ta ó lé díẹ̀. Láti rí i pé gbogbo àìṣe dáadáa ìjọba yìí ó yí padà. Ẹgbẹ́ wọn ń pawọ́ pọ̀ kí ó lè dára.
Ẹni tó dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Mo á fẹ́ kẹ́ mú eléyìí lọ sílé wípé kò pín síbì. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ yòókù náà ni wọ́n ń gbèrú ìgbésẹ̀ báyìí. Dátọ́rọ́ àgbà tí ò bá ti dátọ́rọ́ ni ìgbésẹ̀ wa yìí mo gbà ládùúrà yóò sàn wá sówó yóò sàn wá sọmọ yóò sàn wá sí àlàáfíà bàbá ọ̀rọ̀. PDP.
ọmọ adé àgbà kókó kalẹ̀ Sheriff Adéọjọ́.
Alhaji Tayelolu
Akande Adébísí Kọ́rẹ́nsì. Bàbá Ọṣẹ́. Ọlọ́run yóò bàbá Ọṣẹ́. Bẹ́rù bá dúpẹ́ òré àná àgbà ńlá ńlá. Kò fẹ́ méjì tó kọjá ọpẹ́. Torí mo rọ́wọ́ ìkẹ́ Ọlọ́run. Àrọ̀wọ́ nínú ìṣẹ́bí. Jíjẹ́ mú ìrọ̀rùn la ṣe ń dúpẹ́ bọ̀ lọ́hùn. Ẹni mo rí Ọlọ́run ó tún kẹ̀kẹ́ ìjọ sílẹ̀ ó yá o. Orí Ọlọ́run, orí Ọlọ́run, ó tún kẹ̀kẹ́. Iṣẹ́ tó ṣe sílẹ̀ wájú. Agbowórí fi iṣẹ́ tó ṣe sílẹ̀ wájú. Ìjọba fẹ́ ṣègbéyàwó báwo ló. Kí ọmọ sáyà dìde lẹ̀ kó jíjó ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ ìjókè. Kí ọmọ sáyà dìde lẹ̀ kó jíjó ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ ìjókè. Ṣínà Bẹ́là ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Onígbàlẹ̀ alábàájọ́. Ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Onígbàlẹ̀ alábàájọ́. Ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Ó dàbọ̀jà o. Mo lọ dàbọ̀jà o. Gárígà ẹ̀ tó kù ó ní bí n bá dé. Kálẹ̀wà mi gá ẹ̀ tó kù ó ní bọ́dún bá dé. Táyé bí n bá ṣe báyìí. Bí n bá ṣe báyìí o. Omi kúlẹ̀ ti ṣe báyìí. Bí n bá ṣe báyìí. Ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Onípẹ̀lẹ̀ alábàájà. Ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí o. ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ mi sí. Onígbàlẹ̀ alábàájà ẹ ti ṣe sọ̀rọ̀. Ṣèyí Mákindé máa lọ yẹ nípò lọ́bọ̀ olúwa rán sí mi lọ́yà o. Olólùfẹ́ tàbí ṣùgbọ́n kò mà sí rárá ẹ lọ́jú ìyẹn mọ́jọ́ kan bọ̀ yìí jẹ́ o. Ibi Mákindé bá lọ o. Ibi Mákindé bá lọ o. Mákindé ó nìkan níjọba mẹ̀kúnnù lọ́yọ̀ọ́. A ti ṣe gómìnà. Ọmọ àdí àga àrínú Mákindé rí. Ẹ wo gbogbo ìlú, àwọn èèyàn rántí ìlú. Wọ́n pínwó fúnra wọn ní o, wọ́n pínwó fúnra wọn ní. Ṣèyí Mákindé, ẹ wo Wóróòdù, ẹ wo Challenge, ẹ wo Ṣẹ́yìn, ẹ wo Ṣakí, ẹ wo Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́, ẹ wo gbogbo Oníyọ̀lé, ẹ lọ wọ náírà, ẹ pariwo Ṣèyí o, Ṣèyí o, Ṣèyí o, Ṣèyí o, ògo, ògo, APM, 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 Ṣèyí o, Ṣèyí o. Gbogbo sẹ́tí Ṣèyí ṣe, àwọn tí inú ń bí, wọ́n fẹ́ ká máa pawó ká máa pín, kí a máa jọmọ yẹ̀kúnnù, òun náà fẹ́, ẹ má tẹ̀lé wọn, àwọn ọ̀dàlẹ̀, ẹ má tẹ̀lé ra wọn, ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ò lè yẹra wọn, wọ́n máa dàrú, wọ́n máa bára wọn jà, torí àwa àjọ ń ṣe náà ní àjọ wa, àjọ rẹ̀ pọ̀, ewúrẹ́ sẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àgùntàn ló kí ó sọ pé màmá òun ò bí dúdú àjọròpọ̀ náà ni ó yá ọwọ́ wa ló bọ́ sí ọwọ́ wa ló bọ́ sí ìwé bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́kọ́kọ́ ẹ̀sùn dẹ́wọ́ ọwọ́ wa ló bọ́ sí ó ṣojú ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbèsè kú gbèsè ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbèsè kú gbèsè ní aláàárù olóhùn ọkọ̀ balẹ̀jọ́. Ṣèyí Mákindé tiwa lọ́lọ́run ó ṣe. Tiwa lọ́lọ́run ó ṣe. Ẹ̀fà náwó kẹ́yìn onígbèsè. Tiwa lọ́lọ́run ó ṣe. Ọ̀nà àrà ẹbí bàbá yín léèrè. Ẹbí bàbá yín léèrè. Báwa la jù yín lọ, lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ jù wá lọ. Ẹbí bàbá yín léèrè, ó yá ẹ̀rànjú gbogbo mọ́ wá sí. Èmi ẹ̀rànjú gbogbo mọ́ wá sí. Nígbà tá ò ta, tá ò sì gbà yàwó ara wa. Èmi ẹ̀rànjú gbogbo mọ́ wá sí. Ọmọ Mákindé ẹ̀ka wa ń pẹ́ wò. Ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ka wa ń pẹ́ wò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kọ́ ọba, bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kọ́ ọba. Ẹ̀ka wa ń pẹ́ wò. Ó yá kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe? Kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe? Agbórí ẹni tá a bẹ́ lórí ló ń jẹnu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe? Ọmọ Mákindé ìpàdé lọ́jọ́ bò. Ìpàdé lọ́jọ́ bò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ rẹ̀ nílùú ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ rẹ̀ nílùú ni. Ìpàdé lọ́jọ́ bò. Oṣù ọdún ẹ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ gómìnà. Ẹ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ gómìnà. Ẹni tí ò dé yí òkè kì í jẹ gúgúrú. Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ gómìnà. Láyé bí ẹ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ gómìnà. Ẹ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ gómìnà. Ẹni tí ò dé yí òkè kì í jẹ gúgúrú. Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ gómìnà. Àtẹ̀yìn kíní, àtẹ̀yìn méjì, àtẹ̀yìn kẹta, àtẹ̀yìn kẹrin, àtẹ̀yìn karùn-ún, àtẹ̀yìn kẹfà, àtẹ̀yìn méje, àtẹ̀yìn kẹjọ, mọ́dún, àtẹ̀yìn kẹsàn-án, àtẹ̀yìn kẹwàá, oṣooṣù, ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbèsè fún gbèsè ní. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbèsè fún gbèsè ní. Mákindé aláàárù, olóhùn ó mọ̀ balẹ̀jọ́, ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbèsè fún gbèsè ní. Òkè ẹ lọ ẹbí bàbá yín léèrè. Ẹbí bàbá yín léèrè. Báwa la jù yín lọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ilẹ̀ jù wá lọ. Ẹbí bàbá yín léèrè. Òkè ní Ìbàdàn ẹ̀sìn gbàgbà lórí èsì ẹ̀sìn gbàgbà lórí èsì báwa láti rí lọ ẹ̀sìn gbàgbà lórí èsì kó tó dáyé kọ́ kó tó dáyé láti ṣe àbímọ lánàá ó lóhùn ò. Ṣèyí Mákindé ọmọ Látúbọ̀sù ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ mi ní ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ mi ní àbúrò ẹni tó lóhùn làgbà ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ mi ní òkè ẹ̀ta wá ń pẹ́ wò ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ta wá ń pẹ́ wò bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kó wá bá bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kó wá bá
Ìbàdàn náà ń pè bí ṣe yẹ́dà. Without further ado, we enter the major accord.
Here is definitely the parties are of the opinion that this will emanate into a partnership that will work. The antecedents of the people's as at 1999 election, the PDP won a majority of seats in the legislature, and the then President Obasanjo was elected. In 2003, the party maintained a legislative majority, and Obasanjo was the People's Democratic Party had an unofficial policy of rotating presidency between candidates from the south to the north. The political dominance maintained by this party, PDP, President Goodluck Ebele in the country's 2011 presidential election, which was deemed largely free and fair by international observers. The APM is also a political party registered by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The alliance registered in August 2018. It is known as a political party that has participated in Nigeria's general election. Office in Abuja.
Aklat.
APM.
Ogo.
Nigeria Force.
What you want to say?
Ibi tá wí ládé yìí o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ bù ṣe.
Ibi tí a wí òun ládé yìí.
Ọ̀rọ̀ bù ṣe.
Ẹ
Both PDP and APM. I'd like to stand on the already established protocol. Emma Binu, owó tá a san fún àwọn oníròyìn owó náà ti fẹ́ jó tán. I bring you greetings from my dear wife. Kò lè wá síbi ilé ní, but ó wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ó ní kí n kí gbogbo yín ó kí n kí yín dáadáa.
The House also hosted the ceasefire agreement between General Olusegun Obasanjo and General Philip Effiong, which brought the Nigerian Civil War to an end on January 15, 1970. Some of the ancient colonial gadgets are still intact. A pivotal movement in Nigeria's struggle for independence brought about the 1929 Women's Riot, which was caused by the British colonial policies, particularly taxation of women. A mock grave is situated at the spot where the women were killed. Also seen there is a sculpture made in honor of the leader of the protests, Madam Adiara Edem, mother of the late legal...
For the past several months, one question has been, where do we go from here? Is this the way we are to continue as a nation? We have been pushed to the wall with the belief that we will turn against ourselves in confusion. Or worse still, that we will become too weary from trying to survive on a daily basis to fight back. They calculated and said opposition cannot unite. But I am here today to say that it is a miscalculation. The opposition in Nigeria is not just political parties. The opposition is the everyday Nigerian for whom the country does not work. And even the opposition political parties in Nigeria remain collectively resolved to work together to present an alternative. This is the time for all of us to shake off the apathy that is gradually taking root and engage with the political process to ensure that Nigeria works for us. This is the time to confront our fears. Do not be afraid. Torí pé tí ẹkún bá pẹ́ dalẹ́, ayọ̀ ń bọ̀ ní òwúrọ̀. Ayọ̀ ń bọ̀ fún Nàìjíríà lówùúrọ̀. It is time to engage as citizens and not spectators in our own country. We cannot be bystanders. We must engage, we must participate, and the outcome will be guaranteed. And for the opposition political parties, this is a time to unite. One party at a time. This is what PDP and APM were doing right now. It is the time to work in unity to give our dear nation the hard reset that it needs Today, history is being made. I pronounce today the birth of Reset Nigeria movement. The time to reset Nigeria is now. And so today, in Oyo State, in Ibadan, Ibadan is the city of warriors.
Inú jagunjagun.
Ogun ò kó wa rí.
Ogun ò kó wa rí. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn ṣẹrú ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ogun ò kó wa rí. N'Íbàdàn.
Ogun ò kó wa rí.
N'Íbàdàn. Ogun ò kó wa rí.
Ọmọ
Ìbàdàn ṣẹrú ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ogun ò kó wa rí.
So today in Ibadan, the first Grand Alliance is formed. The Alliance of People's Democratic Party and the Allied People's Movement. This handshake will allow us field candidates at all levels. We will field candidates from top to bottom. We will field candidates from presidency to state assembly and everything in between. Therefore today, I, Oluseyi Abiodun Makinde, FNSC, announce my candidacy for the position of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Under the PDP-APM alliance. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà ń bí lẹ́nìí. History ṣe ojú yín, and you will witness the birth of a new nation from May 29, 2027. Thank you and God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Partnership that works.
PDP. It's not clear. As what? PDP and APM are referenced at this occasion. And on this note, we want to sincerely appreciate you for being a part of the live telecast of the Maja tagged Unity Mega Rally here in Ibadan, witnessing a handshake of the People's Democratic Party and the Allied People's Movements, where intentions have been made known and expectations are high as political watchers continue to look forward for expectations of greater things to come. You've been watching this special live broadcast on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. I am once again Kemi Oshin, saying thank you, and thank you for staying with us. Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Frama Panyi. The Africa CEO Forum 2026 has kicked off in Kigali, Rwanda. President Tinubu is one of the leaders attending the annual Forum of Private Community with the theme, Scale or Fail. This year's Africa CEO Forum is projected to be the largest gathering of African private sector leaders, investors and policymakers, focusing on accelerating economic transformation through shared scale, regional integration and increased cross-border investment. The Nigerian president is expected to deliver a statement highlighting his administration's ongoing reforms to reposition the nation as a prime destination for investment and growth. U.S. President Donald Trump said talks with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping had been extremely positive. This was while he was addressing a banquet on the first day of a summit in Beijing. Chinese leader Xi Jinping, on the other hand, acknowledged that achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can totally go hand in hand, help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world. And Nigeria's Rural Access and Agricultural Marketing Project has secured renewed international support as development partners pledge to scale up efforts to improve rural roads, boost agricultural productivity and create jobs. This was during the 10th Joint World Bank-French Development Agency Implementation Support Mission, which brought together federal and state officials, technical experts and international development agencies to assess progress and plan the program's next phase. Discussions highlighted the critical role of rural infrastructure in reducing poverty, enhancing food security, and generating employment and building economic resilience across Nigeria's countryside. And operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested the Director General of Energy Commission of Nigeria, Mustafa Abdullahi, for alleged money laundering offences to the tune of more than 500 billion naira. The sources within the commission say he was arrested in Abuja and is in the custody of the EFCC for interrogation on the allegations. As at the time of this report, the spokesman of the Anti-Graft Commission could not be reached for comments. Now, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, says it is addressing public complaints of a poor call quality, slow internet and network instability. The Commission says it has intensified monitoring of mobile operators, ISPs and tower companies over the past 2 years and has reallocated idle spectrum and rearranged blocks to boost efficiency and capacity. Despite the gains, it says the pace must improve in areas still facing poor call quality and congestion. NCC warns that further regulatory action will follow if measurable improvements are not delivered. And those are the stories making headline at the time. Thanks for watching. I am Frama Panyi. Bye for now.
This is the network service of the NTA.
we're glad to have you join us. This is Platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele. Motherhood is a gift, and no woman deserves to die while given life. Now, this is why maternal health plays a critical role in shaping the future of any society. Before now, the alarming rate of maternal mortality and child mortality in Nigeria used to be overwhelming. But following interventions by the present administration, reports by the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare states there's been 17% reduction in maternal death and a 12% decline in newborn death across 172 high-burden local government areas. And recently, Nigeria joined the rest of the world to mark Safe Motherhood Day with a clarion call towards ending preventable maternal and newborn death, which is no longer optional, but it is a shared responsibility and a national priority. Safe motherhood has been adopted in the country through various initiatives we've seen, like the Maternal and Neonatal Mortality Reduction Innovation and Initiative, MAMI, which is currently implemented in 32 states. MAMI focuses on improving service delivery, emergency obstetric and newborn care, and of course, referral systems. Now, the federal government has reiterated its commitment to improving maternal and newborn health outcomes, stressing the need to move beyond access to ensuring quality, timely, and equitable care for women across the country. But the focus remains on strengthening healthcare access and ensuring that no woman is left behind, especially in rural and undeserved areas where medical resources can be limited. But the question is, how can this progress be sustained in the aspect of inclusive and accessible maternal health care across the country? So our focus will be on promoting safe motherhood in Nigeria, and our guest is Dr. Abdulhadi Dio Saidu. He's a consultant, obstetrician, and of course a gynecologist, and head Safe Motherhood branch from the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Saidu.
Thank you for having me, Ruth.
Good to have you here. And our panelists on platform today will be one of our health correspondent, Elizabeth Omori. Elizabeth, this is your first time on platform. I was so pleased to have you here.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Great. So, Dr. Saidu, yes. I know there's a lot when it comes to, when we're thinking of maternal health in Nigeria, especially with the burden, which we're seeing the decline in the numbers for Nigeria. But as a gynecologist, I'd like you to just break it down for us. When someone is thinking safe motherhood, what are the areas of concern, especially what goes on behind the scene during pregnancy and during childbirth for a woman?
All right, thank you very much. When you say safe motherhood, it entails all of those